Hi, everyone. Good morning. Well, at least it's good morning where I am. I'm on the East Coast. I'm in New York City, so it's 8 a.m., bright and shining morning. The sun is out. Hope wherever you are in the world, you are having a great day so far. It is so amazing to see that we have over 70 countries represented here. We have over 1,400 attendees. We have over 60 speakers, and we are just so excited. Um, this is an experiment, a fun one, and one that we've worked hard on, but let's just all enjoy. Let's have fun with it, and welcome to Meaningful Conversations. I am here to introduce what is a 2-day event series in which we are going to talk about the things that matter. And I don't know, it's hard to say what matters and what doesn't. That's a really personal thing. So we might get some things right, we might get some things wrong, and we want to hear that feedback from you. So please tell us what feels great, what doesn't, what you want to see in the future, what you want to talk more about, and also just thank you for being here. This is a really special 2 days for us, and we feel so honored to have you here. But we know that time is a resource, and so you sharing your time with us means a lot. So why are we doing something like this? I mean, we're Typeform, we're a business, we're a tech company, right? We sell a subscription model for you to create forms and surveys and chatbots and video tools. But we're also 350 people who give a shit. And sorry for cursing, but one of the things that we always talk about at Typeform is the importance of the word meaningful and meaningful interactions and treating each other with respect and listening to one another. And so over the next 2 days, I want to invite you to our unconference. And thank you, Paul. He's our brand director, and he's the one that kind of coined this term. And I feel like it's so fitting. It's not a business conference. It's not a networking event. We're not going to talk about the future of SaaS or conversions or getting your customer numbers up. We're going to talk about just stuff that we think is meaningful and important, and we want your voice in the dialogue. And we're going to be taking a back seat as Typeform. We're not here to pitch our products. We're here to be a platform for others to have meaningful conversations. And I just want to ask a question that is something that comes up for me a lot, which is, how are you really? So what are we, 14 months in to a global pandemic? We are in this period in the world where, on top of the crazy events that have happened this year, we're also in this moment right now where we've all kind of come into this together, right? The lockdown, the pandemic hit everyone kind of in a span of 3 weeks or so. And now we're in this interesting phase where some of us are fully vaccinated and kind of re-entering into the world. Others don't know when that will happen. And so I just ask that you consider, like, how are you feeling actually? And maybe share that today with the people that you're close with. Share that in the chat to the extent that you're comfortable, and maybe just ruminate on it. It's okay to not be okay. And I think that that's something that we want to talk about a lot over the next 2 days. I'm a child of the 90s, born in 1988, so MTV was a big one for me. Watched a lot of TRL and all those real world series. I don't know if any of you remember Diary, but it was a behind the scenes look at mostly celebrities. And the intro was, you think you know, but you have no idea. So what does this MTV series from the 90s have to do with this event? Meaningful Conversations all started with a conversation. A group of us were talking about what do we want to do for this event? Why are we doing this event? What does it mean to be meaningful? And what we all came to realize is that everyone has a story, and that you matter, whoever you are in the world, whatever you've done, you have a reason for being here. You matter, your story matters, and our stories together matter. And I want to just talk about something that is a core value of Typeform, which is start from empathy. And so I'm a New Yorker. I'm cynical by nature. I'm quick to judge. I'm quick to be skeptical. Everyone on my team knows this. I am, if I see something, I say something. And yet empathy is the value that I hold closest. So we ask that you start from empathy over the next few days, and you just take the time to listen, And that was the next one. So you make the time to listen. And I want to change that word. Make, not take. It's an active decision, making the time to listen. A conversation is a two-way street. You're listening and you're speaking. So let's focus on doing both. So meaningful conversations. Why? Again, why are we doing this? We believe that conversations forge connections. At Typeform, we believe that conversation is a doorway, and that through conversations, we can make the world more meaningful, our world. So let's explore conversations in all their many variegated forms together. Let's make the time to discuss difficult topics together. We're not throwing softballs here. We're actually kicking it pretty strong. I think within the first hour, we'll be talking about domestic violence. We'll be talking about accessibility issues. We're going to be talking about the food waste crisis. This is all happening on day one. So, you know, we're here to get into the good stuff, and we're also here to support one another. So let's make the time to listen together as well. So you have 2 days, 60 plus speakers, 70 countries, 3 streams. And what do I mean by these 3 streams? Well, first, what you're watching me on, if you're watching, this is our main stage. So this is where we'll be having conversations throughout the 2 days on everything from art to voting to mental health to transforming the digital economy, creating inclusive spaces, pandemic parenting, and lots more. And don't worry, all of these conversations will be recorded. So come in when you can, leave when you want to, and know that these will be available over the next few weeks and months for you to watch at your leisure. We also have amazing workshops. So one of the things that we wanted to do, because you know we are a business, we run a company called Typeform. We have the product is to show you how our amazing customers are using it. So you can get to know Typeform. You can learn more about chat, which we just launched. And actually, the 2 people who were most influential in making it happen are going to be teaching that workshop. We're going to talk about how to develop personal relationships with Video Ask, our other tool, and just hear from some customers who are doing really, really, really cool things with Typeform, Video Ask, and chat. And lastly, we have conversations, which means that all of you can talk to one another. And this was really important to us. A conversation doesn't just mean this bi-directional thing where you're listening to me. I can't see any of you. So that doesn't feel great, right? So at any given time throughout the event, you can go onto the sidebar, you can see that conversations, and you'll randomly be connected with someone else who's an attendee. And you get to decide what you want to talk about. Maybe it starts off with, where are you from? How's your day going? Maybe you ask that question, how are you really? But whatever you want to do, it's an option, and you can do it at any time. And if you want to share, you can. You don't have to, but if you want to tell your networks, if you want to invite others, we're on social at Typeform across Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, hashtag Meaningful Conversations 2021. And most importantly, enjoy. This is for you. We built this for all of you. We built this for ourselves too. So I'm here to enjoy. And lastly, I wanted to end with my absolute favorite quote of all time. This is something that I read this quote probably twice a month just to kind of remind myself. This is from Viktor Frankl. He's an Austrian neurologist, psychologist. He's also a Holocaust survivor. And I'm going to read it aloud. Between stimulus and response, there is space. In that space is our power to choose our response. And our response lies our growth and our freedom. And I put that here because I think it plays with that duality of speaking and listening and taking the time to, rather making the time to listen. So thank you. And it is my honor and pleasure to introduce our opening keynote, Travis Hollingsworth. Travis is actually how I found out about Typeform. So Travis runs an amazing, amazing company called Norn. Their tagline is live and examine life. So it couldn't be more fitting for an event like this. And I actually, I don't know, 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago, took a Typeform from Norn that was super personal. It was all about like my views on money and how my values on money. And I was like, what am I answering? It was all black and white. And I'm just sitting there like typing away. And then I submitted it into the ether. And I remember seeing this thing that said powered by Typeform. And I was like, well, that's really cool. And lo and behold, actually 1 year ago today, today's my 1 year anniversary at Typeform. I started with this company. So thank you, Travis. It's such an honor to have you. And take it away.
Thank you, Rachel. It's such a great story. I'm so happy that we could introduce you to Typeform, such a great company. And I'll be speaking a little bit about what I've been working on, but a lot of what I developed was powered by Typeform, and all of our user feedback and the way that we interacted with people, the way that we asked questions and the way that we captured all of those answers. I'm really delighted to be here. Congratulations to Typeform and Rachel. I think this is a pretty rare space to explore and unpack this word meaningful. It's a really big trigger word for me, and it's shaped a lot of my work. And so over the next few moments, I'd love to tell you a little bit about what I've learned over the past few years about how you can create the conditions and open up the space for a meaningful conversation. But first, I'd like to share the story of when I started taking this topic quite seriously. I was a student at Stanford in California, and I was taking a design class on sharing with strangers. And when I walked into the classroom, the professor said, "Don't sit down, go out and find someone to talk to. This class is about sharing with strangers, and I want you to have a conversation with someone." So I left. I went to the place that I immediately thought of, which was the cafeteria, the food court, and I made my way there. And when I walked in the room, I realized just how impossible it is to initiate a conversation with a stranger. I looked across the room and everyone was craned over their phones, working and typing on laptops, headphones in. I was kind of there, but not really available. And I first tried to approach this girl with headphones over her ears, and she kind of said, she didn't have time to talk to me. So I kept walking, and I spotted these two girls talking. They were talking together, but they were sitting at a table for four. So I decided to take my salad over there and sit down in the extra seat and see if I could start a good conversation. And they were nice, but they weren't sure about me. They weren't sure if I was a creep or if I was hitting on them. They started talking about Spain, and I recalled that I had been there, and I too could talk about Spain. It definitely went through fits and starts, and it was so excruciating for me. And after kind of entering and leaving their conversation in a very, very awkward way, they eventually left. And I felt quite empty and wasn't sure of myself. And I really didn't feel like I had accomplished this mission of having a deep conversation. And then something must have happened to me, because as I was sitting there at this empty table, a tall man walked over to me, an older tall man, and he said, "May I take the seat?" And this hasn't happened to me very much. He just had sat down and he kind of explained to me that he had just landed off a flight from New York. And we started talking about religion, and he asked me about my hopes and fears for the future after graduation. I heard about his story of being a Black lawyer in the boardrooms of New York, and neither one of us knew anything about each other. But we were able to share our thoughts and feelings in that moment. And I had to get up and go back to class. So I said, I'm really sorry, but this has been an amazing conversation. And when I got up, he told me that he was a trustee of the university and he really wanted to keep in touch. And that moment of just kind of sharing something with a stranger at the time, it sparked an interest in me in how people do connect. I noticed that we all have this innate need to connect, but it can be very, very hard for us to know where to begin or how to really go there. And so I started setting out to explore what it is that people are looking for and struggling with to create that kind of space of talking with each other. And like any other good Stanford student, I decided to found a startup around the idea. I met a designer who was working on a roommate matching platform, and together we launched a company. We created this company that was essentially, you could think about it as a shared Airbnb for multi-month stays that was focused on digital nomads, consultants, mobile millennials that could live around the world. And we had this grand vision of a global lease. So you could live in Berlin for 3 months, London for 4, San Francisco for a few more, and move over to Barcelona. And we had houses in every one of these cities. We got people into these exquisite homes that we had set up, and they started getting along. It was all good. But it didn't always go very deep. These people were often in the city for just a few months. And because they hadn't chosen each other, they weren't like roommates, long-term roommates. The kind of bonding opportunities and friendships that formed were haphazard and hit and miss. These residents were paying for accommodation, but I really felt like there was an untapped potential in the relationships that could form in the home. So it's not easy kind of organizing and getting millennials to actually engage with each other. They're very skeptical, they're very busy, and everyone hates those team bonding things at work, which can be cringe. So we wanted to do something really special that would match the vibe of these homes we had created. There were murals on the walls in some of these houses. One of the London house was in a conservation icon and inhabited by a famous artist previously. And these homes seem to be inviting a deeper, richer social experience. And I wanted to understand what would live up to this inspiring environment, what kind of social experience would fit. And I knew it couldn't be just pizza or beer pong. So we decided to try dozens of social experiments and understand when people feel most connected. So we organized drinks, we did lots of things around alcohol, we tested music. This is one of our operatic performances. We tried anything we could do to get people to connect, and we had no idea what it would be. We tried cooking classes, even brought in a calligrapher so that we could all explore artistry and expression. And the thing that surprised me was when you asked people what was their favorite part about these moments, they would say getting to know Ben at a deeper level before or after the talk. And I started realizing that what drove connection was this space to talk. It wasn't the entertainment. These events were just almost a means to an end. And if only we could focus on those moments where we could actually create a meaningful conversation, it would be really blissful. So we tested the idea of salons. Salons are facilitated group discussions. I would lead them, 10 to 15 people, and they would be focused on a thought-provoking topic, one topic. And all you do is sit down and start talking. We tried fun, playful, intellectual discussions, and we found that people want to hear personal stories from one another about their lives. They need a space, a contained time to share and ask each other questions. And in that space, they would discover things about themselves. They would see themselves in other people's stories, and they would see a topic from a totally new perspective. One of our first salons was about departures in Berlin, and people started sharing stories. Someone had escaped their needy family in Russia. Someone else had moved to Berlin and fallen in love. Another was starting a business and departing from a previous life. And then someone else was escaping the New York rat race. The depth of these personal stories started unlocking strong connections among these people that lived in our homes. And we couldn't believe that for just in 1 hour a week, it would transform the experience of the rest of the week. The power to kind of unlock the way that people saw themselves and each other, and giving them the space to kind of express what matters to them and transform their experience of what they were really doing. It wasn't group therapy. It wasn't problem solving each other's issues. It was more inspiring each other about who we are, where we come from, what we're struggling with, and unpacking topics like death or parallel lives that you could have, or what is the meaning of time to you, and making an effort to cultivate a meaningful connection through conversation. It showed me that if you actually try and put it on your radar, it can really open up something new. So in these salons, we created conversation menus, and they were little cards, like you see here, framing the topic with 4 questions that we would walk through over the course of an hour. And we realized that just in setting up this basic container, we opened up depth. So now I wanted to share with you, how do you start a meaningful conversation from this format that we started piloting? What are the key ingredients and the conditions to getting started? And I would start with saying that it's quite difficult. The average person has one close friend or confidant in America. It doesn't happen organically. And for me, where you begin is by removing the distractions. Most of our social lives are just flooded with notifications, as you know. You've probably been there where you're talking to a friend and their phone is buzzing, or you really need to share something with someone, but they're really distracted. Or you go to the bathroom on a date and you come back and the person puts down their phone and they've been in a completely different world than you. It's as simple as putting your phone into airplane mode and letting the world fall away and be completely immersed with the person in front of you and listen. You can say, I want to be here with you, so I'm going to put my phone into airplane mode and create a buffer around you and focus on being thoughtfully engaged and blocking out just a few of these distractions for a period. Once you've removed these distractions, then what do you start talking about? You may find yourself having the same conversations over and over again about holiday plans or work, or catch-ups, but you can decide what you want to talk about. I want to talk about things like disappointment. Who have you disappointed, and did you make amends? Or character. How have your struggles defined you more than the things that you've achieved? Or love. How has the presence or absence of love changed who you are? And at Norn, we had a ritual which marked the beginning of a time that we would sit together. We had a ritual where at the beginning of each discussion in a salon, we would go around the room and ask people, how are you feeling in this moment? Very similar to Rachel's question. And the rule was everyone else would remain silent and you would speak uninterrupted as long as you wanted. And we would go through the conversation, the actual menu of questions, and then we would end with a moment of appreciation, asking what you noticed about what someone said as you leave the room. What are you thinking about? What did you appreciate? And when you show that appreciation for what someone said, you'll want to hear yourself what you said and how that shaped someone else. But you'll also clock what a story meant to you in that ending moment. If we didn't do that, if we didn't close off and bookmark the end of the conversation, so much of that would go unnoticed. So you have to build that into the conversation. And you can do this in your everyday life as well. Thank you for sharing your story about Paris. It was really provocative for me. If you can be specific, it's much more compelling. And in the beginning, a simple question of, how are you feeling in this moment? You'd be surprised if you do it every week. It's always constantly changing. And it creates a space for someone to sit there, talk, and be present with where they're actually feeling. And then what kinds of questions should you ask? Well, we all know what it's like to be asked, where are you from? What do you do? Have you been to a Typeform event before? We have our go-to questions, but I would challenge you to be much more open-ended and follow your curiosity. in design, there's this concept of asking the 5 whys. The trick is to keep asking questions, to inquire, to get yourself to the kernel of what's really going on, the root cause. Now, what separates a meaningful conversation from a superficial one for me is disclosure. It's the definition of disclosure is the action of making a new or secret information known. It's something private and personal. But if you're not prepared to share something that's personal or ask anything personal because you don't feel like you're safe, you shouldn't do it. But when you take that risk of maybe sharing an unbaked story, something that you don't really have a defined idea about, or something that really isn't well developed in your mind, and you kind of trust this other person to actually share that thought, you can influence the direction of a conversation. By taking a risk, you can take it to the next level. And you'd be surprised how difficult listening is. Everyone kind of thinks it's like watching Netflix. To be a good listener, you just have to sit there and nod and look like you're listening. But no, it's actually not that way. If you think that it's in silence, it's not. Saying something of what they said, repeating, confirming what they said, and responding back, building on what they said, repeating what they said, is what a good listener, an active listener, does. And it's hard to do because you're kind of simultaneously listening and kind of chewing on what's happening, what the story that you're listening to. But when you do that, the conversation builds very, very quickly. So what's in it for you? Well, the people that we put through these prototypes and experiments and eventually landed on salon discussions always said that seeing the world through someone else's eyes, having a perspective on a topic, if you think about how extraordinary it is to see the world in a new way and accept that someone else might see the world in a very different way than you, it's quite enriching. One of our salons on money had a rich and a poor person in the same room. And when they'd actually talked about their relationship to money, you'd be surprised at who had anxiety about it. It wasn't the poor person, it was the rich person. The idea that we can get into other people's minds through a meaningful conversation is a powerful one. And the other thing, the second thing that people say they get out of meaningful conversations is self-knowledge. Speaking and sharing your story is very different than reading or writing. You discover things about yourself as you disclose, as you talk. So someone once was in a striving conversation and a lawyer kind of said he was very accomplished. And as he spoke, he started to realize more and more about where that striving came from. And some of that only can happen in a conversation and unfold. And lastly, when you have a meaningful conversation, it goes without saying that when you disclose and you create mutual disclosure with someone else, you feel closer. You get to this, I would argue, sacred space at the heart of two people when it goes well. So I want to end by encouraging you over these next 2 days to think about, apply one of these lessons, but think about what questions you're asking. Think about what you're disclosing when you join someone on the sidebar. And just use this space to maybe ask someone else a question. What is it that you're striving for? What do you want to learn about someone else here? What do you want to learn about yourself? I wonder what you'll learn over the next couple of days and what you'll discover. If you want to know more about Norn, check out norn.co. We have conversation menus that you can download there. And if you want to get in contact with me, I'm at Frog Design, designing social experiences and other things. Thank you, Typeform, for the opportunity to delve into meaningful, and I'm really excited to be here.
I was muted. There's our first technical difficulty. Well, hi everyone. You just saw me speaking, but what I was saying was thank you, Travis, for having this conversation with us on stage. I can fully say that all of the conversations that we've had to this date have been so meaningful, and it's just a pleasure to have you here. And I think there's so much that all of us who are listening can take from this. And one thing that I want to bring up that came up when I was taking some notes while you were speaking, and I wrote down choice, right? We talk about the choices that we have when we want to enter into conversations. How do we want to participate? How do we want to show up? How do we want to listen? How do we want to observe? And our next topic is about voting. And this is something where I think choice is, there's some intricacies there, right? Because in the US, we assume that everyone has a right to vote and that you should exercise that privilege. But I'm going to talk about two amazing individuals who are going to join us on stage. Omar Parbu, who comes from ideas42.org. It's a behavioral design think tank of sorts. Omar, I hope I got that right. Considering things like civic engagement and social impact, and Andrew Wilson, who is an amazing colleague of mine, to talk about meaningful voting and to play with that duality of the choices that we inherently have and maybe the choices that others assume we have but don't. So thank you, Travis, and welcome, Omar and Andrew.
Thank you, Rachel.
Andrew.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Omar. Good to see you. Good morning for you. Good afternoon for me. So my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm a customer outcomes manager here at Typeform. And today I have the pleasure of speaking with Omar Parbu, who's in the Washington, D.C. area. He's the vice president at ideas42.org and one of my favorite clients. I know we're not supposed to have favorites, but I think I can go on record in saying working with you has been nothing but a pleasure, Omar. And I'm really excited to have this conversation with you. So to kick things off, I think we should just start pretty simple. If you could just start by letting the audience know kind of who you are and what Ideas 42 is all about.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. And I'm glad you have a positive view of our relationship. I feel like I've started most of our emails with an apology for bugging you again. So it's always been a pleasure to work with you and the team. So yeah, Ideas 42, we're, at the most basic level, we're a behavioral science nonprofit that tries to take the latest insights from psychology, neuroscience, behavioral economics, and apply it to social good. So we really try to take it from the academic realm and put it into applied form into the real world around the country, around the world. I lead our civic engagement practice there. And I should say at the outset, a lot of what I'm going to talk about is very US centric. I know our audience is international, so I want to apologize for that frame, but I do think a lot of what we're going to discuss today has applicability beyond just our borders.
Definitely. One of the questions that I have, and I've worked with you for a few months now, I think what do you see others in the space working on in terms of building meaning, and are they effective in doing so?
Yeah, that's a great question. And, I want to give credit where it's due. There are a lot of people who are thinking about building meaning when it comes to engagement and participation in civic spaces across the board. When it comes to voting in particular, though, I do feel like we tend to delegate too much to campaigns. So we leave it to campaigns to, quote unquote, persuade voters to show up or explain to them why it's important that they cast a ballot. And I think we're missing something there. That's insufficient, and usually it's people parachuting in right before an election and then leaving quickly right after, and it's not building the kind of structures and meaning that I think people in this country or anywhere would want when they think about picking who governs them.
Right. I think it kind of goes back to what Travis was saying and really kind of asking the why and kind of the deeper question around that, the question behind the question. Especially, you mentioned the United States in particular. I believe there's about 47 states now that are introducing or passing laws that are dealing with restrictions on voting. How have these been impacting meaning, not just Ideas 42, but meaning in general?
No, a lot actually. So if I can sort of lay out how we think about why people vote, the 47 states that are either introducing or passing legislation are really looking to restrict people's abilities to vote. And a lot of it has to do with like technical abilities or adding hassles to how you can or can't vote. But it has an impact on meaning as well. So when we think about what is required for somebody to say, yes, I'm going to go cast a ballot, there are these three pillars that we feel have to be true. Number one, it has to be easy enough. And we sometimes dismiss the fact that it can be difficult for certain people, but there are inequities in how we administer our elections in the United States that make it more difficult for certain communities, and to the point of being unrealistic. Then it has to be safe enough. And we just we're still in the middle of a pandemic, and 2020 was a historic election year for the United States, one that had the highest turnout in over 100 years. But it was all in the midst of a global pandemic, a health crisis, where people's safety was at question. Luckily, we have election administrators around the country who met the challenge and made voting easier for a lot of people by creating more options, like voting at home or drive-through voting. But then, past the pandemic, there are people who face intimidation when they go to vote. That is not acceptable, number one, but we have to also contend with that when we think about whether or not somebody decides to vote. And then the last one, which I think is most apropos for this conference, is voting meaningful enough for individuals. And I want to focus on that because, when we talk about these restrictive laws, they do get to the ease, but they also send a very particular message about who belongs and who doesn't in our electorate, whose voices matters and whose voices don't, who has the power and who doesn't. These all chip away at somebody's perception of how meaningful their vote is, and we need to combat that. That is something we have to get at. And we try to use behavioral science for good, but a lot of these restrictive laws are designed in a way to get at the psychologies of voters, even if on paper they look benign. So we have to use what we know best to push back against that.
Definitely a lot of challenges in the space. I think, with challenges, there also come opportunities as well. So would love to hear more about what you feel the biggest opportunities are for your work in the upcoming next few years.
Yeah, so we sort of break down how we think about building meaning in a certain way. And apologies for the framework upon frameworks here, but it just helps us unpack how we think about reaching out to people. But when we talk in behavioral science, a mantra we use all the time is context matters. The environment you live in and interact with affects the decisions you make and the actions you take. So we have to look at, the environment in which voters are making decisions to vote and actually going off to cast a ballot. What is affecting their sense of purpose and desire to go vote? And the way I like to think about it is that there's these three dimensions that we should look at. One is voting personally meaningful? Meaning, do I have a intrinsic motivation to vote? Do I have a sense of civic duty, for example, that drives me? I am an immigrant to the United States. My citizenship now, which came much later, is very much tied to my decision to vote. And it is a very personally meaningful act for me to go vote because it reminds me of the fact that I am now part of this country as a naturalized citizen in a way that I wasn't before. The next is voting socially meaningful. How does it impact your relationship with others or fit into the relationships with others? Is this an activity you do with people and groups? And lastly, is it materially meaningful? And what I mean by that is, do you believe that your vote is going to change the world around you? Do you have the power to be instrumental to the outcomes of an election or governance around you? And I think all those dimensions are really important to unpack when we think about what opportunities lie ahead of us. So when if I could just provide a few examples here, we really think it's important to start building strong social structures around voting. What does it mean to go vote in a pandemic? It was actually really a big struggle for us because you didn't have people going to polls, you didn't have I voted stickers and going to work and seeing people with those around you. So how could you build those social structures and that visibility to make people feel like they're part of something bigger? And luckily, there was a lot of people thinking about the same question and building those structures to make it a very social act. But we think there are a lot of opportunities, especially in communities that voting may not be as visible for us to start thinking ways of designing new structures. For example, we did this very great report with some partners on the ground working with Latinx communities. And one thing we kept on hearing over and over again is that people don't necessarily talk in their community about voting because it's not clear who's eligible to vote and who's not, and it can be somewhat uncomfortable. So that unfortunately undercuts a lot of that social aspect. And are there ways for us to build that into certain communities or work with communities to build it for themselves, I should say, that provide really interesting opportunities for us?
Great. Speaking of kind of the other partnerships and organizations, just was wondering if you could elaborate on some of the lessons you might have learned from some other organizations that you've worked with. I know you've done a lot of work in the DC area, but Ideas 42 is an organization that expands beyond the DC area. So would love if you just touched on a few of those organizations and any key learnings that you might have gleaned from those partnerships.
Yeah, we're very fortunate. We worked with a lot of great partners. So, for example, we worked closely with the NAACP, doing outreach to voters in 7 states across the country to try to get them to reach out to community members to encourage them to vote. So this is a program that asks people to volunteer, and then we provided them with a list of names of people in their area who are low propensity voters, who they could reach out to. And that was a really interesting way of creating community and meaning. And we almost gave something similar to what Travis was talking about with the conversation cards to them, to say, like, this is how you engage somebody about voting and why it matters to you. And having that connection that is not only proximal, but also we tried to see if there's ways to build off of lived experiences, was a great way of building personal connection and meaning. So that was an exciting opportunity. We also worked with the secretaries of state. For example, we worked with the state of California to think through how as the state was very rapidly transitioning to an all vote by mail system in 2020 on a accelerated timeline, how do we make sure that we make this feel as inclusive as possible? So we worked with them to update a lot of their language on their voter guides, their website, but then also did a series of email campaigns to reach out to voters and really welcome them into this new process by giving them very clear direction and actions that they could take in a sort of metered out way. So it wasn't overwhelming, but it was almost, hey, we're in this together. We're going to help you figure out how to vote by mail, even though it's new. And we want you to vote so much that we're doing this outreach to you personally and taking the time to make it as easy as possible. And that ended up being extremely effective. So we were really excited about that.
Yeah. Awesome. And this is, I guess, a little bit of a personal question, but this was something that I wanted to ask you from the moment we actually started working together. But I'm really curious to learn, when did you realize that your work today is your passion? Because I can tell in my day-to-day dealings with you that this is absolutely what you are meant to do. So when was that moment where you realized, hey, this is kind of what I was born to do, and really what continues to drive you every day to do what you do?
I appreciate that question. It's not one I feel like I have a full answer for, but there are some contours to that answer that I'm happy to share, which is, for 8 years, I was a diplomat and I worked overseas representing the United States and helping countries economically, most particularly, try to address a lot of the development issues they may be facing. And I realized very quickly that, I grew up in Louisiana. I feel like Louisiana is my home, even though I live in DC, that a lot of the problems that I was helping overseas were ones that I saw at home. And when I started unpacking why was Louisiana in particular facing a lot of the economic issues it was, why were we having environmental problems at such a large scale? Why was there so much racial inequity in Louisiana? The answer kept on leading to the representation in this country, and especially in our state, and who's representing who has the power and who has the voice. It became very clear to me that if I wanted to change my home, I need to make sure I'm there helping people express their preferences in a easy and equitable way, so that the policies reflect the needs of the people in our community, in our state, and start building change that way. So I really, there are all these second and third order outcomes that I'm also passionate about, but I always see it stemming out of this first order problem of making sure that we have a representative electorate in this country that looks like the country as a whole and represents the preferences of everybody here.
Got it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing. Looks like we have a question coming in for you, Omar. What do you think is the best way to bring up voting in a way to open up conversation to both sides?
Yeah, so, I used to think that democracy was not political, but I don't know if I believe that anymore. But I have a family who comes from very mixed political ideologies, and the best way to have these conversations is to not talk about voting. It's not talk about politics. It's to talk about the people and the issues that are affecting them and how their daily lives are impacted, and really tying it to not a national issue or a bill that's being passed, but rather how is our neighbor, how is our friend being impacted? It's amazing how similar our views are when you get to that level. And then it doesn't take much to go from, now that we're all agreed, what do we do about it? Then it comes to voting. Now, there are those around me who have just accepted that I really care about people showing up and allow me to be a little bit annoying. And I don't think it's a problem for those people just to say, hey, have you voted yet? I have a list of about 20 people who every election I bug, and they know that they're going to hear from me. And my sister's one of them, and she even admitted that she remembered an hour before the polls closed that she hadn't voted yet and canceled dinner to go vote because she didn't want to hear from me and tell me that I didn't vote. So, these things work, and I don't think she resents me for it. I think she appreciates that I care so much. So, when it comes to just the act of voting, there's a way of bringing it up that takes the politics out of it, takes the sting out of it, and just is about expressing somebody's voice and preferences.
Definitely. It would be great to hear just a couple of key things. That you've had a lot of great things to say, and I know we have at least in another about 12 minutes or so, but just to kind of move toward the closing, what are 3 key things that you want the audience to walk away with? And then I'm sure we might have some questions pouring in.
Yeah. So first is, when you're trying to convince somebody to change something they believe in or to take an action you want them to take, we have to look past the intrinsic motivations or the intrinsic desires and really take a hard look at the environment. So when I talked about is voting materially meaningful, there are a lot of people in this country that believe their vote doesn't matter, and for good reason, right? They look around them and they are undercut one way or another in society because of structural issues and how our society is built, that when you tell them your vote matters, it just rings hollow. So we have to understand what the environment people are in and really recognize that we should address those issues in particular. The next thing I would say is, don't project your own motivations and your own sense of meaning on other people, and really try to understand where they're coming from and what would ring true for them. And that goes into that first point. Once you start unpacking what environment they're operating in, then you can start seeing like what really resonates and what sounds right and resonant with them. And then lastly, it's not just about framing. When I talk about these structural inequities, we need to do our best to break those down. So if we really want to build meaning in this country, then we need to make sure that everybody's voice actually matters. And that means fighting against restrictive laws, fighting against districting policies that marginalize millions of people. It talks about fighting racial inequities and structural racism in our society. So, we talk a lot about behavior being informed by the environment. Let's change the environment.
Yeah, that makes sense. A question for you from the audience: what can we do to make these discussions more informative and less aggressive?
Yeah. I always think like once you get to an aggressive argument, you might as well walk away because it feels like a waste of time, right? But when we talk, I think people don't need to be convinced of a point because it's going to be nearly impossible. What I liked about the earlier presentation is that there's a whole section talking about listening, and what people really want to do is be heard. And I think when we have political conversations, if you just allow people to feel heard about where they're coming from, they're going to be much more open to hearing where you're coming from. And you don't need to come to some sort of conclusion at the end saying, all right, now are we agreed we're going to vote for this candidate? It's just a matter of starting that conversation and providing a new worldview for that, going back to the previous presentation, of self-education and understanding who you are, right? The problem is that people don't even have those open conversations to start doing that level of self-reflection. And the way we create those environments is by listening to each other and allowing other people to feel vulnerable enough to express how they really feel, and also open enough to hear how you really feel.
Yeah. Yeah. So a related question to that, what do you do? What are some techniques you can do to better understand the motivation of another, right?
Yeah. So it's extremely hard. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure people always unpack their own motivations. So this is, I don't know, this was lobbed up for me here, Andrew, but it leads into the reason we work together, which is this civic action time capsule. So as I mentioned, 2020 was a historic year in the United States when it came to turnout and civic participation writ large. I mean, we had people who, because of the pandemic, started helping out their neighbors, were part of mutual aid groups. We had people who were protesting because of the killings of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and other people. So there was a lot of civic energy in this country. And what motivated that is idiosyncratic to each individual person. So what we were hoping to do at Ideas 42 was sort of capture that motivation and carry that forward for that person. So, it's really hard for me to tell you, Andrew, what should motivate you, but it's probably easier for you to tell your future self why you're motivated today and why you should continue to be active. So we created this time capsule through Typeform, which was basically a few questions where people could answer what they did in 2020, why they did it, and send a message that they'll get in 2022 that we'll send to them when we open the time capsule, with a few prompts to remind them to stay civically engaged that will hopefully motivate further action. If anybody wants to check it out, it's at civictimecapsule.org.
Awesome. Yeah, it was a lot of fun working with that, Omar, and yeah, I'm sure we can continue to work on that and other ideas that you have. As far as other questions go, in terms of we talked a little bit about the organizations that you work with. What are some things people can do in terms of getting involved with or learning more about Ideas 42?
We have a website with a ton of information because we work in a lot of different areas such as global health, economic justice, financial inclusion. So we have a lot on our site, but hopefully there's something for anybody who's interested in really building social good through behavior change in a range of topics. If they want to learn more about what we're doing on the voting side, there's we're hopefully going to be doing a whole strategy refresh, learning from 2020, to see what we can do to create long-term structural change as opposed to one-off cycle changes that motivate people to vote for one time but not for the future. And hopefully more will come there. We have a newsletter you can sign up for on our website at ideas42.org. And hopefully hopefully more good stuff will come. Yep.
Another good question just came in. How do you talk to your children about voting?
So I have one child who's under 2 years old, and he already has a few T-shirts that say "Go vote." So right now it's us just deciding what he should wear. But honestly, I'm a strong believer that that showing is more important than telling. So he was sitting in our lap even if he didn't understand what was happening as I was filling out my ballot. when we're able to go to a polling place again, he's going to join us. We took him down to some of the marches that were happening in the city from a safe distance because of the pandemic. But it really is demonstrating good civic participation that will lead people to also be active. When I talk to my colleagues who are working the space, they all have these stories about how they've seen other people engage, and a lot of them talk about their parents and how their parents were always those voters who never miss an election. And I think that's really, really telling, and it sets the right tone.
Definitely. So what I'm hearing is it's never too early to have those conversations as soon as they can kind of walk and wear clothes.
Try not to indoctrinate my child too much, but it's fine sometimes.
Awesome. So yeah, I think we have about 3 minutes left. So I'll give it a few more minutes for some questions. We might have a couple that pour in, but just in closing, Omar, it was definitely a pleasure listening to you and obviously working with you. So yeah, I definitely look forward to seeing all the great things that Ideas 42 has on the docket. And yeah, if you have any last words, feel free. The stage is still ours.
Yeah. Well, I guess my last words is, civic participation is a 24/7 game. And, we talked a lot about voting, talked a lot about elections, but I don't want people to leave with the idea that those are the only events that matter. We should start building more and more our community structures again that we've sort of lost for a host of reasons. And once we start building that fabric again, the fabric of democracy or civic engagement when it comes to campaigns and volunteering will just follow suit. It feels hollow if you do it only in those moments. If we do it from now, even when there isn't an election on the horizon, is when people start really finding that it's sincere. So please get out there and engage.
Good last words.
Well, Andrew, it's really been a pleasure, and I just want to say thank you to you and Rachel and the team at Typeform. It's just been so helpful to have your support, and I'm excited to continue working together. So you're gonna hear more from me. Just
Likewise. Can't wait.
Well, thank you both so much, Omar. It is a privilege to have customers like you who are using our tool to do truly meaningful work. I took some notes, and there's a phrase that really stuck with me, which was context matters. And the reason that I'm bringing this up is because our next talk is about domestic violence, which is a really heavy topic. It's 9 in the morning, and we're going for it. And we're doing that because it's something that impacts 1 in 3 women. And when we talk about representation and we talk about being heard, there are challenges to how do we hear the voices of people who may not have a voice at that moment, or it might not be safe for them to use their voices. And so I'm honored to share the stage next. Thank you so much, Andrew and Omar, to welcome Sophie Wallstrom and Eleanor Samuelson. They are 2 phenomenal women who are tackling a really, really, really important issue in domestic violence, something that has escalated as a result of the pandemic. And they're going to be talking about the shadow pandemic. So thank you, Eleanor and Sophie, for joining us, and welcome.
Thank you so much, Rachel. We're really happy to be here. Sophie and I were the founders of Bright Act.
And we and
I don't know if you wanted to say hi, Sophie.
Hi. We actually met at a hackathon just a year ago, and since then we have been working like crazy to solve this issue in a global manner. So now we're here, and we just started launching the product in Sweden. So we are proud to introduce what we have done with the Typeform in just a minute. But Eleanor will do some presentation first.
So the shadow pandemic, where we're supposed to feel safe and loved, we are not. And some women and children, they only hope to survive, not because of the virus, because of the person that they love. We know that home is one of the most dangerous places for like women today. And if you know 3 women, at least one of them will be physically or sexually abused within her lifetime. And this is all across the world. We also know that 48% of murder of women happens in the home by a family member or an intimate partner. And this does not even include the health repercussions that women might suffer through as a result of like domestic violence. You're 18 times more likely to commit suicide. There might be mental health disorders, frequent visits to healthcare centers, absences from work that severely impact women and also men who are victims of abuse. It's not always that the victims feel safe to go to the police. And we notice worldwide that only 5 to 10% actually go to the authorities. And less than 40% of everyone speak to anyone at all. And these are some of the deep inequalities that we see surface during the pandemic. And as the COVID affects everyone and everywhere, so does domestic violence. But it can affect different groups of people very differently. And also, we've noticed that it deepens already existing inequalities. The pandemic is having severe consequences, both social and economic, for women and girls. And the UN reports that unless urgent action is taken by like governments and the civic society, then years of work for human rights and gender inequality will actually be reversed as a result of the pandemic. One of our ambassadors and also one of the survivors of like domestic violence within Sweden, because Bride Act is a Swedish innovation, wrote a poem for us that she said that we could share with you guys to illustrate the matter closer. The walls creep closer, an unwanted intimacy, like so much else, unwelcomed, forced, closed. I sit on the couch and let it happen. Let my home suffocate me, slowly sneaking up from within. Isabel is one of the people who reaches out to like victims and actually responds to a lot of help calls during the pandemic. And she says that it's increased significantly during COVID and also around the holidays, which is also quite common that we see domestic violence increase. So Sophie, do you want to share more about Bride Act?
Sure. So this is part of Bride Act. It's an app and a web application for victims of domestic violence to see where they can find help. So we gather all the help that they would ever need in one place. And we work together with the public sector to make sure that they get the right kind of help when they need it. So the biggest hurdle today to get this to work is to get organizations to work together. So that's our goal with this. So we need public sector to work together and take responsibility and to help everybody that is in need. Yes, and to do this, we actually are analyzing the cycle of abuse, which is ongoing and always the same, because it usually starts with courting and then it's end up in violence, and it's in different steps on the way. So to do this, we work with NGOs and academia to do research as well. So we work with Gävle Högskola here in Sweden, a university, with a researcher there named Sara, to actually do this. And we are looking for more partners internationally as well, more researchers. And the NGOs that we work with are international, and we work with public sector in Sweden right now, but we get a lot of interest globally as well. So we're just waiting to be ready to launch internationally to take in more public sector customers.
And we started actually a collaboration together with Typeform a few months ago to look at how we can have wider impact to create an awareness campaign around domestic violence. So this is something that we've been working on to look at how we can engage the community, because often it's the community that actually can step in to help, like the victims of violence, when they need it. Because it's not always that you have the courage or the strength or even the ability as a victim to be able to leave, because leaving an abusive relationship is one of the most dangerous things that a woman actually can do. We got some stories from real survivors about how the community helped them leave, and also to help shed some light about what it's like to live in one of these relationships. So to be scared for your life every day means that you do not dare to say anything, even if someone asks. And what's important about this quote is to, if you notice anything or suspect anything, to keep asking, to keep checking in with the people, because they might not, for whatever reason, have the ability to speak about it. But knowing that someone cares is great support. And getting help without asking for it is sometimes what might save the victims. So actually stepping in and taking them out of the home, which is not safe for all, is something that also helps some people. Without my family, I would not be alive today. My sister asked me at lunch. I felt afraid, but she made sure that I got the help that I needed. And what kind of help is it then that you can provide as an outstander? So we've been looking together with Typeform about how we can engage the community to become heroes for someone you know by learning how to respond, where we've created an awareness campaign as well as a data visualization on learning more about the signs and also pathways to help. So we thought that we would share some of this with you today and to educate you more about what you can do if you notice or suspect violence around you. So one of the first things is to communicate with the victim, to let them know that you are there. You can be asking them how they are feeling, how they are doing, how their relationship is doing. Most often, if it's in a community settings, you might know the abuser and the victim as well. So it's important to ensure them that whatever you're helping them with will stay between you, and it won't change your perception about the other person, but that you are there for their safety. Letting them know that it's not their fault, because most often victims might think that it is their fault. If they just acted better, then the violence wouldn't happen to them. Letting them know that you believe them, you believe their story, you believe what they are telling you. And sometimes it could also be that you share that you worry about someone. And building this communication and this trust over time, and building up this kind of like relationship where you become a safe point for them is really, really important. But also letting them take it at their own step, because maybe they won't be ready to leave right away, but checking in often and being that safety is key. Some of the red flags that you can look out for: maybe the person becomes more quiet, or you notice them being more tired, more withdrawn than usual. Maybe they are complaining more often. It's also quite common for victims to become socially isolated from their friends and family. And you might notice this in the way that they frequently begin to miss social gatherings, miss appointments or meetings that they've set up with you. Some might start wearing long-sleeved clothing to cover up any potential visible signs of abuse, which could be bruises or these types of things. Most often there is a lowered self-esteem among victims, because domestic violence usually happens over time, where you start noticing the person slowly being psychologically broken down to the point where their self-esteem might be very low. So this could also be a very obvious teller. There might be different eating patterns in how they eat their lunch. It could be things like eating disorders in some kind of ways, or the more obvious one, which would be seeing the bruises, or maybe it could be a sprained ankle, it could be a black eye. Some of these more common minor forms of physical hurt. They could also have different excuses for why this happened, which is also quite common. And if you do suspect violence, and if it's someone within your community, then there are a lot of great organizations that are doing a really good job near you. If there is an immediate emergency, you should always call the police. Taking action is really important, because someone's life might be in danger. There's also great resources to be found at shelters. You could call them for advice on what to do. There are also local helpline numbers that you could call or chat with within your own country that also provide really good resources and knowledge and offers advice. You can call the social services, and the way you do that, at least within Scandinavia, is that you call up your local like municipality or like city and ask them for the number for the social services. There are help organizations that work with this matter. There are support groups that you can find either for yourself or for the victim. Often these might be on Facebook or across social media that you can connect with. If needed, there are also lawyers that you can speak to, and you should try to get someone who has experience within this issue. But any type of legal advice could be very helpful depending on the situation. And then reaching out to counseling or like psychologists could also be a very valuable resource to do later on.
We have a question. Does domestic violence only have to be physical? Can it also be emotional or verbal too? And I can answer that. It can be emotional and verbal as well, or only. So it can be just emotional. It can also be economical. So if somebody is taking control over your economic status and emotional, it's also abuse. But the laws differ in different countries, depending on like the degree of abuse it's seen as. So depending on what country you're in, it comes into different legal statuses. I hope that answered your questions.
Yeah, and this was something that I was quite surprised with when I started working with this issue, that there are so many different forms of like domestic violence. So like Sophie said, and then there could also be harm against animals. There could be like material harm, so like destroying property. There's financial abuse is quite common, where the abuser might control the economics, might control your bank accounts, might control your access to money in different ways. And then the physical and like sexual are probably the most well-known ones. The psychological can also be quite severe, because this is what is part of the breaking down process. And then there's also latent violence, which is the fear of violence happening. So these are all things that we with Bright Act are trying to understand better and map out using technology, because these are all parts of the cycles of violence. And with Bright Act, we imagine a future in which we aim to break the cycle of like violence against women and girls, but also a world in which we deeply listen to men and boys and their like experience, because it's not always so clear cut that a victim is a woman or a victim is a man. It can actually be both. Certain types of violence might be more common towards women than or towards men. So we are aiming to build this in a very inclusive and gender neutral way. So letting the data speak the truth, providing help to whoever might need it, looking into marginalized groups specifically, of how we can reach them with better support, and really trying to tackle it in a holistic way, where we're starting out to build pathways of help for the victims of violence, the children living in unsafe home, and then also for the perpetrators to help them break the cycle of abuse. So yeah. Thank you very much.
Super happy to be here, and if you have any questions, please reach out. You can find us on LinkedIn or through the website as well. So if you are wondering something or want us in your neighborhood, just reach out.
Thank you both so much. This is a topic that really hits home for me for a lot of reasons. And I'll be honest, I shared that question about is domestic violence more than just physical, because I've been in relationships where in my early 20s, I didn't realize that I was experiencing domestic violence, and it affected me deeply. Not my current relationship. I think my mother-in-law is watching. Elise is amazing. I do have some questions from the audience. And first, this is a personal question for both of you. You did mention that you met at a hackathon. I don't know if this hackathon was about, civic tech, but our audience wants to know what's your personal why for each of you behind starting an organization like this and tackling an issue as heavy as this.
Yeah, for my view, I came up with the background idea for Bright Act, and then we co-developed it, me and Eleanor. But from my point of view, it was my own personal experience as well, and as well as working with a woman who was so abused by her ex-husband that she couldn't walk, she couldn't talk, she couldn't eat by herself. He had pouring hot water on top of her as well. It was horrible. And I was thinking every day I went there to work, I was thinking, we need to stop this. How do we stop this? Why isn't it working right now? What's the problem in society? And why is this still an issue? Because we have been working with this issue for at least 100 years in Sweden, but we still haven't solved it. So then there is something absolutely wrong still, and we need to do something about it. So this is where the idea came from. And then I met Elinor at a hackathon, and I had to convince her to come to BrightAct at first. So first she's so popular, so she was being dragged into other projects as well, and everybody wanted to work with her. But then I pitched this idea, and she finally came and built the application with me in the hackathon.
So I have a background in preventative mental health. So from that perspective, I think domestic violence is a very interesting issue to tackle because it's what we call like a wicked problem. It's very, very complex. It's very much rooted in the psychological, in the types of behavior. And for me, like personally, I live a fairly spiritual life. So for me, it comes from that like desire to help like alleviate suffering and to do kind and right actions whenever I can. And that would include my livelihood. So if I can spend my time building something that can have significant impact on someone's life, then that is very meaningful to me. So that was one of my personal reasons. And then working with Sophie is also an absolute bliss. I think we complement each other really well. So
yeah, and I can also tell that I'm working with public sector as well as an innovation manager. So I actually work with developing like the help in the public sector as well. So this is why I have the insight where the gaps are in the public sector. So this is why we can build BrightAct in a very good way.
Thank you. My next question from the audience is, how do you keep the app discreet? So I remember, Eleanor, in our first conversation, you mentioned that so much of the technology was antiquated, where if surveys were being sent to the home, it's really hard for people to contribute if they're already under surveillance. So I think this question relates a little bit. How would someone, keep the app discreet, access the app if their phone is monitored from a partner?
Yeah, this was one of our first problems that we realized. I mean, Eleanor has thought long and hard about this to solve this issue. What we do is actually security by design. So within the technology, we use security first. And then we came up with a great idea that we should hide the app. And we also are going to release a web application that doesn't save too much in your browser. So you can't follow up. And Elinor can tell you more about like how and why it works for the user.
Yeah, so we're creating different personas or like personalities, like for the different users. So looking at how controlled you are and how deep into domestic violence you are. So every victim have different needs. And so we're building multiple versions of BrightAct to actually match the user where they are, because we believe that the technology should be supportive of you and not that you need to figure things out for the technology. So we have some applications that are going to be completely hidden behind other applications. We have some that will be open more for the public, and they will all look different depending on who you are. For obvious reasons, we can't share all the details, but you will be teleported. That's the short answer.
I just so appreciate the thoughtfulness and the way that you are thinking through all the layers of such a delicate topic. Another question we have from the audience is, how many attempts does it take on average for a victim to finally come forward or to realize that it's time to try to break that cycle of abuse?
Research says it takes about 8 times before they actually get out of the destructive relationship. So me and Eleanor sat down and thought, like, how can we break this earlier instead of them having to go through this 8 times in a row? And sometimes it's gaps in betweens as well. So even if it may be 4 times and then it takes half a year, and you think everything is fine, they are saved, everything is going great. And then they go back after some time. So we're trying to solve the issue. Why do they go back after long time, short time? What is the pattern? Why do they go back? So we work with researchers and Eleanor's clever designs to figure this out. You can talk more about the design, maybe, Eleanor?
Yeah, so we've realized that a lot of like domestic abuse has to do with like emotions, and usually it's very complex because you might be harmed by your partner, but you also deeply love them, and they are one of your unsafe homes. So we're looking into how you can strengthen self-esteem using like different tools in order to do this. We're actually looking into now building Bright Act using gamification, so helping you to get motivated throughout the app, because usually this type of interaction is used to hijack your attention or steer your like behavior in not so useful ways, but we're looking into more like how can we help boost you for critical moments that you might need to go through within your cycle. So before doing a police report, before going to the legal courtroom, maybe before actually speaking to anyone at all, like how can we actually reduce your stress and also boost happy brain chemicals using multisensory design and also different types of therapy tools. So we'll be creating a whole world underneath the help seeking. So one of them speaking more to the logical brain, and then the other one speaking more to your emotional self. So that this is going to be quite cool.
It's cool, and it's amazing. I mean, the way that you are thinking through the end-to-end experience and all of the emotions, and our brain works in really mysterious ways, and I think that what you were saying about your abuser can also be your confidant and the person that you feel closest to, and so how to psychologically compartmentalize and hold space for both and to support that. I really just want to say thank you on behalf of everyone. I have one final question. If you could say only one thing, and maybe this is for both of you, I'd love to hear each of your responses. If you could say only one thing to someone who is struggling at the moment and is rejecting to admit it, what would that be?
You want to start, Elena?
I would say that I love them and that I'm here for them whenever they need to. I'm here if they want to talk, I can listen. And if anything ever happens, then that they can always come to me.
Very true. I would say that I will always be here, even if you don't talk to me for a while, I will still be here. So if you need to shut down for a bit, I will be here and waiting if you need any help.
I'm getting emotional. Thank you. Sorry. It's 9:30 in the morning and I'm already crying, but I expected this, so I'll be sobbing by the end of it. One last thing. If someone's watching this and wants to share, wants to contribute, needs help, where do they go? Is it brightact.org? Is it that Typeform that we shared in the chat? What's the best way to get in touch?
I think
yeah.
The best way to find more like resources would be to go to our website, like brightact.org. We're also doing a campaign now together with Typeform, so it'll be super helpful if you want to fill out like the Typeform to learn more about the ways that you would respond, because this will help us map out the help needed in the different regions. If you want to speak to Sophie or me directly, then LinkedIn would be the best way to connect.
Wonderful. And I encourage both of you to head over to the event. You have lots of questions and praise in the chat. I know this is a topic that's touches many, many people. And thank you again, Eleanor and Sophie. It's been such a privilege to have you on stage and to have met you. And thank you for the work that you're doing. And next up, I am so honored to welcome my Olmo Caballero and Andres Colmenares, and they're also going to be talking about technology and our digital futures. So I don't know, the last 14 months, I feel like I've had such a love-hate relationship with technology. It's like, this woman over here, I'm just scrolling and scrolling and doom scrolling, and I tend to forget, like, what am I using this for? And it's conversations like the one we just had about how technology can create spaces and create hope for people who are suffering. And next up, Mai and Andres will be talking about our digital futures and moving from citizens to inner citizens and other really amazing topics. So I will let you take it away and introduce yourself. Thank you both so much for being here.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Rachel. Hello, Andres. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm going to do a little introduction. First, I'm Mai. I'm Design Operations Lead here at Typeform, more specifically in Brand Studio. And now you can explain a little bit more about you.
Yeah, so let me just put the screen here in the right, tab. Yeah, you can see my screen, I guess. So yeah, I'm Andres Colmenares. I'm the co-founder of IAM, which is a creative research lab that I co-founded with my partner Lucy Black Swan like 6 years ago to help citizens and organizations to anticipate, understand, and address the social and ecological challenges and also the opportunities that are emerging from the co-evolution of the tools that we are using every day, the digital technologies of the networks, the internet, and the cultures, right? The way that we understand, that we design and we use these network tools. Well, I will continue, Mai, with the kind of intro, if it's okay for you.
It's perfect, yeah.
Yeah, so all our work in IAM is guided by a long-term mission that I'm happy to share with you today, which is to contribute in creative, in collaborative, and also in collective ways to the transformation of the digital economy into a climate neutral one, into a sustainable one, into plural ecosystems that encourage solidarity and critical hope. So for the last 5 years, we have been organizing annual conferences here in Barcelona, developing creative partnerships with different kinds of organizations and designing collaborative experiments, always with a transnational and transdisciplinary approach. I'm bringing together designers, artists, strategists, researchers, even policymakers, well, to share ideas, share knowledge, and collectively imagine better tomorrows, better futures. So as part of this mission, in 2019, we published a manifesto that is called the Everything Manifesto. You can find it on Medium. That is essentially a collection of thought experiments and proposals to change how the digital economy is changing everything. And by everything, we refer to planet Earth, this beautiful pale blue dot in the space now. So when we refer to planet Earth, we refer to ourselves as well. So today I want to share with you 3 meaningful hypothetical questions. And this is the first one is, what if we, and by we I refer today to all business leaders, designers, developers, any other professional watching this session, is what if we realize and become aware that planet Earth is not a place where we just happen to live, and to start to really understand that we are a small living part of the planet Earth. And this planet Earth is nothing else than a huge living organism. So in other words, what if we really understood that we are the planet, and therefore our health, our well-being is interdependent to planetary health, including the health of the oceans, of forests, and many other non-human life forms in the planet. So I believe that this hypothetical question is fundamental to address the environmental emergency that is already threatening human and non-human life on planet Earth. And sadly, as humans, we have reached a point where the next 1 or 2 generations could face extinction, like really experience human extinction. That's horrible, as it's already happening with a number of species in the last few years. So this emergency, and this is a key message that I want to share, is not only about extreme weather events and catastrophes. It is really about the survival of our species in the next few decades. So today, many people, everyone is talking about carbon emissions, and that's great. It's a bit late, but it's still a step in a good direction. But we also need to talk more about one of the main drivers of the environmental emergency, which is a very human thing, is greed, is selfishness, is the individualism that is leading to wealth concentration and to the extractive mindsets and extractive lifestyles that are just growing exponentially thanks to the digital economy that all of us here are shaping in different ways. So this is why in a couple of days, on Earth Day, which is Thursday, April 22nd, will open the doors of a new initiative, the Billion Seconds Institute, that is essentially a lifelong learning initiative that we are creating to organize a network of specialists, of advisors, and communities of practice to reimagine the ways that we understand and shape the different impacts that the digital economy is having on planet Earth. We have 3 main categories of these impacts: are the mental impacts, the social impacts, and the environmental impacts. So this is a 1 billion second long project, and starting this week and running until December 2052. We're inviting curious professionals who are seeking to invest their attention and experience in collectively learning how to become more responsible citizens of planet Earth. We're doing this through a series of social knowledge activities and experiments that are all designed to be part of everyday life. And we think is one important thing here is the concept of the billion of the billion seconds. So it refers to a change in the way that we think. So it refers to expanding the ways that we are thinking, that we relate to things like time and scale. It is an invitation to think long-term, just as our ancestors, across and between generations, and also large scale, to match the scale of the emergency, which is proportional to the scale of the wealth gap that the grotesque normalization of billionaires is just enlarging. So in a way, with the use of 1 billion seconds, we want people to understand that the idea of billionaires, wealth concentration, and the selfishness that they stand for is a direct threat to human life. Because the excess of carbon emissions and many other toxic waste, the social injustice, the mental health issues are all directly related to the sources of their never-ending fortunes that are enabled by tax evasion and business models of extraction and exploitation. So the current scale of wealth concentration is leading to a critical transgression of the planetary boundaries. And this is where the second meaningful hypothetical question that I bring today comes is, what if we imagine 1 billion in terms of time, in terms of life, attention, instead of understanding it only in terms of money? So to give you an idea of the scale of 1 billion seconds, the World Wide Web was invented more or less 1 billion seconds ago in 1989. And here we are, 2021. What was supposed to be a system to distribute information and to share knowledge has also become a mega platform for disinformation and for extraction, sadly. So we need to challenge the idea that time is money. Instead, imagine if business leaders design companies where time is understood as life. Why not? So before opening the conversation with Maya, I would just like to share the purpose that we have for the Billion Seconds Institute, which is to encourage a paradigm shift in the digital economy. This paradigm shift refers to a change of language that, of course, changes everything else, right? Which is moving away from the individualism of user-centric and extractive ways of designing, of running a business, of living a business, and transition towards embracing the interdependence of responsible citizens of planet Earth. And because we believe that words shape our words, we have invented a new word for this, which is intercitizens. So the idea of intercitizens and intercitizenships is a proposal to reimagine our shared sense of identity, to become more than just consumers or users of the internet. So it is also a tool for thinking beyond the conventional notions of citizenships that are tied to nation states, to fictional borders and very anthropocentric ways of being. So by adding the prefix inter, that we are familiar with it because of the internet, it means also reciprocal interrelation. So it's adding to the concept of citizen to imagine and activate a broader sense of belonging to planet Earth that could be enabled by the internet, and also come together with collective rights and duties that include non-human beings. And more than anything, it's about putting in practice values that have been always there, like humbleness, like responsibility, accountability, plurality, empathy, tolerance, and the most important of all values, which is solidarity. And the idea of intercitizens can also become a way, we think, to challenge a common metaphorical misconception when we think that the internet is an abstract space or an imaginary place, something that was seeded in the 90s by the Techno-Libertarian Declaration of Independence of Cyberspace. So instead, we need to understand the internet as physical infrastructures that are enabling complex entanglements of algorithms, of digital data, hardware, interfaces, all of these consuming gigatons of energy, gigatons of minerals, and gigaseconds of our attention, while at the same time producing gigatons of waste. We need to really understand that. So business leaders in particular, but also all of us participating in this huge digital economy, we all need to become more responsible and hold big data extraction corporations and also each other accountable for the energy consumption of digital resources that we're using, the minerals required to make our iPhones, and the ways that we design or use digital technology services or products. Because the digital economy is not sustainable. And the way to change it is by changing our everyday life choices. It is about protesting with your wallets, with our wallets. It is also about taking agency inside and between digital economy companies to demand fair practices. Just as many people are reducing their meat consumption, for example, or as brave Amazon employees last year organized to demand a climate agenda for Amazon, or as Google employees are also protesting against unethical usage of AI. So to finish, this is the third and last hypothetical question that I have today is, what if we unite to reimagine the internet as sustainable, I have the question here. So yeah, what if we unite to reimagine the internet as sustainable networks of knowledge, of solidarity, of care? So just imagine what would happen if the mobile apps that we use every day, like Instagram, to give an example, that are used by billions around the world, if they were designed for solidarity first apps. Imagine that, instead of being designed for addiction or data extraction. So yes, this is what I wanted to
Thank you, Andres. We have a lot to talk about, and I know that this is a little bit complex because we've been mentioning it before, like open up all this conversation and all these topics and how we can then make it more approachable in a way. So following with this, I know it's difficult, but I'm going to do my best because someone in the audience is making some questions. And do you know of companies who are considering time as life or as more than just money? It's such an interesting philosophy, but I'm having trouble figuring out what that would look like.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have in the top of my head today like concrete examples of organizations that are embracing this as a whole, but we're seeing many organizations that are taking steps into this direction. And this is very important in terms of the change that we want to see in the world, that it is not about being black or white, right? It's not about good people and bad people. We are all of us are trying our best to follow these values and put them in practice. So there are classical examples in business, like Patagonia, like they have really good sustainability practice, etc. But I feel that here the message is less about trying to find who is the good one and the bad guy, and more about what we can do where we are today, inside each of our startups, companies, small or big, in our jobs, if we are employed or not, as professionals, right? In disciplines as design, as engineering, all of this. So here it's about especially taking agency in terms of understanding our privileged position as people, taking decisions for others when especially what is very particular of the digital economy is that the companies are used, by big amounts of people, right, in many different places. So it's there's a lot of responsibility in every choice that is made. Then if we look at the scales of responsibility, I think we can say, depending of the size of a company, you can see you have the employees, right? But here the level of responsibility, let's say it's smaller. But then if you are in a leadership position, or you're even a founder or something like this, then you have like the accumulated responsibility of all of these people, right? Because you are kind of paying them and giving them a context to work and operate. And then these different companies, they have different sizes. So this is why we in our projects, in our manifesto as well, we point to the big data extraction corporations, as we refer to Facebook, Google, Apple, Amazon, because they are the big ones, right? If they change, the implications of their change is huge. So this is again, what if we are able to start changing the way that business is done today in the digital economy, and it all starts by starting to have open the dialogue with the employees. Because if you think really, companies are nothing else but collective intelligence, right? It's people, and there's just a huge space of opportunity, because business that understand this now, they will be relevant in culture, in society, during the next years of this decade, which are going to be critical for humanity in many ways.
Thank you for sharing. I know that they are not easy questions, but maybe this one is a little bit more closer to being graphically represented. So what's one step we all can take to be closer to becoming an inter-citizen?
Yes, I would say that one of the most urgent steps that we all need to take is in the direction of solidarity, because we are in the emergency, right? It may be the consequences of it may be far away of many of us, but in the way with the pandemic, we are already, many of us are experiencing it in different ways. So it has a lot to do with the topic of the previous session, right? It's about developing networks of solidarity in our daily lives with every resource that we have, and it starts to be a matter of, well, there's clearly a sense of urgency around this. First step, organize inside your company, organize in your community, organize in your family. It's very important that we use the internet, the digital technologies, to organize and to learn, and then find ways to help each other, right? To cultivate this sense of solidarity.
Yeah, also talking about solidarity, that's something that's connected to the design role in terms of, because you mentioned it briefly, right? The designers are not only the people who are designing, but the decision makers, right? And how this is connected to the solidarity in a way that it can be something visible in terms of active. I would like to hear more about this, if you could elaborate.
Yeah, I think what is important, because this is becoming a buzzword. It has been, actually, yesterday was used by many of the politicians, referring to this huge controversy on the Super League. They were saying that these clubs is against the solidarity of Europe. So what is important thing about solidarity is about responsibility. So again, it comes back to the scale of responsibility that you might have in this whole ecosystem. And the second layer of solidarity is about learning. It's the difference between charity, as I shared in the screen, this idea that Eduardo Galeano organizes very well. Charity is different from solidarity. So if we misunderstand solidarity as maybe adding in an interface, adding a button like, as many airlines do, or e-commerce sites, like, do you want to donate €1 for X or Y, then we're missing the point. Solidarity is really about learning about the causes that matter, that we care about. And and finding ways that it's about building bridges of empathy with the peoples, the communities, the causes that need that kind of attention and care. So it is about the I would say the attention that we can, how can we reinvest the attention of the people using digital services, for example? How can we use each of us, we have like followers in the different platforms that we use. How can we use that following to, learn about the topics that matter and, start cultivating that sense of solidarity, so that it stops becoming just about doing simple, easy things and you like pretend to be, to pretend to care about other people, other causes, and it's really a deeper involvement. And of course, each of us, we have so many, it's attention is a limited resource. So I think that we need to pick our causes, right, and try to really specialize somehow in what we care about, instead of like flowing with whatever is the headline of the day, right, and go beyond the hashtag, I would say.
Yeah, thinking about this and how complicated it is to pick the right causes, because all this, in common all day long news. So I was going back to the title of the talk, because I think we have all in there. So from users to inter-citizens, we're tackling a little bit about this concept, but an ecologically driven proposal to reimagine the digital economy. I think to reimagine is one thing quite interesting also to talk about, because it's about the making question, the what if that you like to use as a tool. And I'm curious about how you connect these tools, which are questions, these reimaginations, to make them also something actionable, because I guess that the people is wondering about this also, how they can use in their own purposes, their own projects, and so on.
Yes, that's a super important point, and is to think of questions as design tools. And when I say design, I mean decision making, right? It's not the discipline of design or designers or not designers. It's really about decision making, and the importance of really using questions as tools is about understanding where and how we take action, because we live in a world that is very urgent and lives in the extreme high resolution now. Right, everything is immediate. Everything is, especially because of the dynamics of the digital economy, we want the change to happen from one day to the next. But it is fundamental that we understand and deal with the complexity of the issues that we are addressing. And there's, I would say, an increasing need to really sit down, like take a break, reflect, right? And I think that in a way the pandemic has given many people this opportunity as a kind of side consequence to really think, like, what am I doing? Well, what are we doing? How is this working? So I feel that I know that there's of course we need to take action, and that's important. There are things, small things or big things that we can do today, but at the same time, I would bring attention to the importance of understanding and dealing with the, as you were saying, right? It's complex, it's dense, but and then what is the kind of way of approaching something like that is collectively. It is overwhelming for each of us as users, as consumers, to try to deal with all of it at the same time. And this is why it's so important to organize, right? To have these conversations not once a year, but every day at work, in our personal life, like all the time.
Yeah, this reminds me also another question that I think it's super graphical in a way, and I think it's kind of this reflection, right? I'm gonna read it directly because I think it's super well done, and actually it belongs to Lucy, your partner in this adventure. Why are we teaching humans how to code and machines how to learn, right? And I think this is super interesting question to think about. Why are we in this situation with this paradoxical situation? So.
Yes, I think that the kind of context of this question or this way of thinking comes from this urge that I would say that today is less common, but a few years ago there was this kind of huge social movement everywhere, like all kids need to learn how to code, right? It's like get into the digital economy business, code, and you will become you will have a successful life, right? But we start to realize that it was very and increasingly urgent, especially for, let's say, like younger generations, to think through the tools that we are using, to question the definitions of success that are still permeating culture. And this is why, in a very intentional way, we have been in our narrative pointing to billionaires and how they are shaping our imaginations, because they are at the same time defining the dreams of many of us, right? And here is where the idea of thinking and starting by the words, the metaphors that we use to refer to all of this new new ecosystem, like as I was mentioning, is understanding the internet as a space, really understand the even political implications of the metaphors that we choose, or demystifying the big AI, right? Like it is a sort of god. And really, for all of this, we need new philosophers, new philosophy, and it is increasingly urgent to pay attention to the way the metaphors that are being picked, because, for example, regulation of the technologies will be shaped according to those metaphors. So if for any reason we decide that data is oil, the policymakers will say, okay, how did we regulate oil? And then find this parallel. So here is where our wish is that there's more philosophy and more philosophers of the digital economy emerging as all of this unfolds.
Thank you, Andres. I totally agree. I don't know if anyone else has some question for him, because we are getting into the end of this conversation. If not, I always have a question. Yeah, we have one. How might you talk about this with someone who is a strict capitalist?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. So this is, we already in this process, we have had conversation with what you could describe as a strict capitalist. So of course, the kind of big ghost of capitalism always emerges when we refer to concepts as wealth concentration or point to it. And what is important in this reflection is to understand that this is not conversation, or should not be a conversation about if capitalism is good or bad, right? It goes beyond that. It's really understanding that what is affecting or making this crisis worse, essentially, is a behavior that each of us choose to have, right? Or an attitude. Is what is I would say the kind of cancer of capitalism is individualism, is this selfishness that has been permeating our culture for many years, especially since the 80s. So when we talk to people that maybe identify or have benefit more from the way that the world operates now, the people that don't want to change or challenge the status quo of the digital economy, it is really important to understand that the truth is that this is not sustainable, right? These people might profit and get very rich in a short term, as venture capital likes, but we are entering a very critical zone of this way of living that is just not sustainable, meaning it's not a good business. And business at the end is about value exchange. Money is just the kind of the means for that, but there are many other dimensions of this. This is why if we start to what I would say to a strict capitalist again is, time is not money, time is life.
Hi. Thank you so much for this conversation and what you just said about business is about value exchange. I want to just connect the dots to our next talk, because we're entering into capitalism. We're talking about owning businesses. And our next conversation is called Created by Women for Women. And so as much as we are going to talk about what it means to launch a business and deal with capital and look at your bottom line and drive revenue, we're also going to be talking about representation. And all four of these women that are joining us created spaces because they felt that they needed to happen, that there are not enough places where women feel heard and represented and like they are good just as they are. And that is something that I think any woman who's listening has dealt with, right? That feeling that you are not good enough, you're not worth it, you need to be better, you need to fix yourself, you need to self-regulate. And so it is my honor to welcome these four women, Amber, Laura, Nikki, and Leslie, to the stage, as well as introduce Teresa, our incredible moderator, a badass advocate for women who I love working with, and take it away.
All right. Hello. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to this panel. The panel is called Created by Women for Women, Disrupting Mainstream Standards and Creating Inclusive Products and Spaces for All. My name is Teresa Lee. I'm a copywriter at Typeform, and I'll be moderating this panel. So we have four amazing panelists today. Seriously, I'm hyped. But I'm going to let them introduce themselves in a second. But before I do that, just for anyone who's wondering or has just wandered in and doesn't know what's going on, in this panel, we'll be talking to four women founders about their businesses. They'll be sharing their stories, why they created their businesses, and how they've gone about it, and how they've nurtured the communities that they've developed along the way. There'll also be some time dedicated at the end to Q&A. So if you have any questions for any of the panelists, just put them in the chat box and we'll be able to put them to the panel. It looks like we might have lost Nikki, but hopefully she'll pop in a second. While we wait for her to come back, let's meet the other panelists. So I'll just call on each of you one by one and just ask you to say who you are, where you're based, and give us a quick summary of your company and what it's about. So let's start with Laura.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Teresa, for the introduction. So super happy to be here sharing, as you said, the stage with all these badass women with badass businesses. So I'm Laura Fernandez. I'm from Barcelona. We are based in Barcelona. I'm the CEO of All Women. We are a tech academy and community for women and by women.
Great, thanks, Laura. And let's go to Amber.
Thanks, Teresa. My name is Amber. I am the founder of Bamboo Earth. Bamboo Earth is a skincare line that is focused on changing the conversation around beauty and normalizing all skin types in all women.
Amazing. And Leslie.
Hi, everyone. I'm really happy to be here too. My name is Leslie Wong. I am based in Boston, Massachusetts. We're kind of a split team. My other half of me, of the company, is based in New York. Birdie Fox, it's a curated lingerie box and retail site that is body and sex positive. We were founded in 2017.
Amazing, great. Okay, so to start with, I would really love to hear a bit more about your companies and kind of the story of how they came about, basically. So Laura, let's start with you. So as you just mentioned, you have an academy that's exclusively for women. So could you share with us a bit more about your reasons for creating like a school that caters just for women?
Yeah, sure. So I never thought I would create my own company. Nobody told me I could. I never thought I would be involved in technology. Nobody told me either. But I had the chance to end up within another community called Makers of Barcelona around 5 or 6 years ago. And from there, I discovered the ecosystem of startups, entrepreneurship, social impact, things that weren't super unknown for me. I don't know all of them, like they existed, but I felt like super attracted by them from the first moment I get to know them. So I spend time there, like building community, working in education programs for in the intersection of technology, entrepreneurship, young people carrying high up the employment, and at some point I realized that like going deeper, I could see a big gap between technology sector and gender. So I kind of like decided to put together the ingredients that I was passionate about it in my last years, that were like community, entrepreneurship, and technology, and to build a community for women and to bridge that gap between technology sector and us as women. And so, the first steps basically were to we created a workshop, weekend workshop, only for women with a female instructor. And it went super well. And from there, we started to develop on top. But I guess we will talk about this later.
Amazing. Thanks, Laura. Nikki, welcome back.
Hi, sorry about that.
No worries at all. These things happen. So we'll just go to you. We've just got everyone to sort of introduce themselves quickly. So just sort of tell us who you are, where you're based, and a sort of quick summary of your company.
Perfect. Yes, I'm Nikki. I'm one of the co-founders and co-CEOs of On. So On is the community-first brand that is trying to change the way that people that bleed experience their entire menstrual cycle. So we felt that the companies that were currently in the space were really focusing on just those 5 days that you bleed, whereas the reality is that there's so much more that goes on around your bleed, your hormones, your cycle, pain, fatigue, PMS, and then on top of it, getting access to good quality products that were organic and biodegradable. So we started the company 2018. So we've been going for just about 3 years now. I'm based in London, and my team, as a result of COVID, is quite remote at the moment, but yeah, European-based at the moment.
Amazing. So let's just stick with you for now, Nikki. So you mentioned your company On. It's kind of a very bold and humorous brand, I would say. Just as a copywriter, seeing some of your product names, I appreciate, like you have something called Holy Cramp or Bleeding BRB Bundle, things like that. So that's great. So it's obviously quite a unique brand. Could you tell us a bit about the story of how On came to be?
Yeah, so it was end of 2016. I was catching up with my best friend, Leah, who I had known for 10 years. We went to uni together. I came on my period and I didn't have anything with me as per usual. So I asked if I could borrow something from her bathroom. So I went upstairs, found a pad, picked it up, and you get quite used to the outer packaging of these products as a woman or someone that bleeds. But I opened it up and it was covered in light purple hearts on the actual pad itself. And by this point, I'd had a few glasses of wine during our catch up, and I just got so angry, like for that first time ever. So I went downstairs, waving this pad in the air at my friend Leah, and I said, why do we buy stuff like this? You know, in every other space where we're consuming products, we get to decide if we're going to buy ethically or sustainably. We get to decide what makes us buy into a brand or a product. But something that happens to us every single month that is actually quite intimate, there's like 3 companies we can buy from, and it's like, they look like sweets wrapped in plastic with fluorescent colors. We then got into the conversation on the advertising and the marketing more broadly around this whole space, and the adverts with the tall, skinny white girls in their white tennis outfits, you know, dancing in a field of cotton. It's like, this is not representative of what we go through, and it doesn't feel like you're getting the support that you really need. Especially on the education side, you know, the amount of taboos that were still there, the fact that it's called the feminine hygiene industry still on every, you know, white paper. So really it started from a point of branding, like what would the dream brand look like? What would make us feel proud? You know, what kind of product would we not shove up our sleeves when we walk across the office? And how can we create that for ourselves and for our peers? And it was kind of over time we started to realize that those taboos that stop us talking about periods also stop us questioning what's in the product. So plastic in our products, toxins in our products, and then a complete lack of understanding of how to deal with and support yourself during your cycle. And that basically was the evolution of the brand, from kind of looking at the tampon space to now kind of really broadening into cycle care as a category.
Amazing. Love it. Love it. Thanks. Let's go to Amber. So Amber, Bamboo Earth, as you've mentioned, is a beauty brand, and your tagline is kind of, you are beautiful and there's nothing we can do about it, right? So you're kind of telling people that you're beautiful and that a beauty product won't change that, which is kind of different to a lot of brands, to most brands out there, I would say. So could you tell us a bit more about your motivations in creating Bamboo Earth?
Sure. Actually, that wasn't my motivation in creating Bamboo Earth. Bamboo Earth was born in 2009 because it was tough for me to find skincare that was actually clean skincare. It's still kind of tough to find truly clean skincare, but there are definitely more options now than there were in 2009 when I was searching for them. So that's how it was born, and how our mission kind of formed into "You're beautiful and there's nothing we can do about it." Was through my interaction with women on a daily basis who were struggling to take a compliment, or struggling to, they would compare themselves to advertisements that were just not even real, let alone realistic for real skin and real people. And so, kind of like you, Nikki, the typical advertisement for skincare was airbrushed models and, poreless faces, and those just aren't real. None of us are poreless, and none of us have, perfect skin without a wrinkle or a blemish. And so what I realized is there was more than there was a need for clean skincare. There was a need for the reminder that as women, as people, even men use our products too, that people have inherent beauty and inherent worth, and it's not dependent upon what culture says about our beauty and how culture tries to define it. And in fact, beauty is so subjective depending on who you're talking to, that it's amazing that we try to fit ourselves into these very narrow categories. And so I started to just speak to my customers differently when I recognized that need. And then, the more I did that, the more I realized how much people really needed to hear that. And it resonated with people far more than I ever expected it to. So
that's great. Thanks, Amber. And last but not least, Leslie. So Burgundy Fox is a kind of lingerie company with a difference. It kind of, you want to be inclusive of all body types. So could you tell us a bit more about how it works and how it came about?
Yeah, absolutely. So honestly, I guess I should start with saying that I had no background in lingerie. I had never started an e-commerce business or worked in an e-commerce business. I was actually working at a technology startup with a bunch of entrepreneurs. So there are, these like fearless women and men that had started businesses. And so I got very inspired by that idea. And I, looked at, it wasn't even, I don't know if I was actually looking for this idea, it just kind of popped up. I realized that when I would go to lingerie stores, I was just hit with all of these like prescriptive ideas of what someone who wears lingerie should look like, from their body size to their age, to their skin color, to the shape of their body. And so that bothered me. It like Laura mentioned, there's this disconnect, right, from like the reality and what media paints, or creates this unrealistic expectation of what you should be to be in that role. And so I wanted to completely just like knock that entire idea down. And so Burgundy Fox is it's a brand that is representative of a lot of different people, and what it does, branding side, I definitely wanted to tackle that just based on the things that I noticed, but also just even the experience of shopping for something like lingerie is very, again, prescriptive. It kind of, for instance, there's a lot of disconnect in like sizing. So oftentimes you can't have the type of style that you want because you are of a certain size, which is complete bullshit. And those products actually exist. It's just that retailers don't stock their shelves with them, or they don't, And so digging further into the laundry industry, I realized that, and I was like, this is a total disconnect. We can serve an unserved market. And that those kinds of disconnects exist all throughout the laundry industry. So really the brand is built on sort of breaking those down and allowing people to be who they are, that they can want what they want. They can look how they want, feel how they want.
Amazing. Thanks, Leslie, for sharing. That's great. I love it. So I have some questions for some of you specifically. So let's go to Laura. So all women, you train women sort of for tech jobs to enter the tech industry. So the women that come through the academy at some point presumably will sort of go out into the world and work with men, maybe even in sort of male-dominated environments, which is obviously quite different to the all-female environment. So how do you deal with that at all women?
Yeah, that's a good question. And that's something we try to kind of work within our courses. So of course we're a tech academy and we train tech skills, but that's one part of our training. The other part, and that's the whole proposal of having an only female environment, right? That is to build confidence, to create a professional network. So all our instructors are female as well, and they are all working in different tech companies. So when our students go out the course, they have already a professional network where to tap in. So we have had different examples of instructors of ours hiring some of their students. So I think that a way to deal with this is to work on confidence and speak up for yourself, create this kind of a network where you can support yourself. And of course, training more women in technology. So when you go there, there is more already there. And also lately we have started working closer with companies, understanding how we can support this to create inclusive environment, because it's true that you can say, yeah, I want to have, diversity in my company. And then you have, one white woman and one Black person, but they are just, isolated there. And there is the culture of the company is not ready, to welcome these people. So lately we're trying to work closely with companies and help them. But I think a way as well is to have, more diversity for real within those companies. So it's working different levels at the same time, trying to accelerate all of this.
Yeah, it's not easy. Yeah.
I know.
Awesome. Let's go to you, Nikki. So let's talk about periods. Let's talk about menstruation, about bleeding through our vaginas. This is obviously typically or traditionally quite a taboo topic, as you mentioned yourself. So in a recent Instagram post from some statistics were shared that 57% of workers who have had to take a sick day because of their periods lied to their manager about the reason. And 6 out of 10 workers said that they would feel uncomfortable discussing their period with colleagues. So could you talk to us a bit about menstruation as a taboo topic in the workplace and the world at large, and perhaps how we might change this?
One of the really interesting things that we started to look into was when we were building the brand was how could we, get the products out there and reach more people so they could understand about organic and get to touch and feel the brand before they necessarily bought for themselves. And we started to look at stocking in offices and stocking in hotels and gyms after some feedback from our customers. But it was really funny because when we started to do that, we had to dig into how do women feel in the workplace and people that bleed, that have periods, and what are the barriers there. And most men in the office, if you ask them, have you ever seen a woman walk to the bathroom with a tampon in her hand? They're going to say no. And that's crazy because how many women at any given point within an office are on their period? And it's just you just don't do it, right? There's no kind of acceptance there yet that you can walk with it in your hand, showing, take your pad out of your bag. And we genuinely feel like it's a really important part of our mission is to start encouraging that conversation and start working with employers to stock these products in the bathroom as a free product for their employees, and then that starts to break the taboo. Some of the conversations have been quite interesting because some employers don't have separate like gendered bathrooms, and so then they don't want to stock the tampons in a mixed bathroom. And we're like, well, that's actually a really good thing if you do that, because then you're being part of the change by putting them front and center, you know, allowing men to see them, that it doesn't become this hidden thing. But there's a real disconnect again there between wanting to be part of the change and actually doing the thing that's going to make the change. So we just, you know, feel that as we're getting more logos that are accepting this and putting the tampons in their bathrooms free of charge for their employees, that's starting to build awareness. And it's been a slow but really interesting journey now. And I think as well, there's been some interesting movements with, you know, women using Slack to like put a little period emoji on their status to be like, hey, I'm just letting you know I'm on my period this week. I might have some times when I'm in pain. I might not be as responsive as I normally am. I'm still here. And like kind of changing that behavior of how we communicate that it's okay to say that you're on your period. But it takes champions in the workplace to really start moving that forward. And we're hoping that we can support that movement. But at the same time, it really takes those that are in those powerful management positions to show a leadership example of the women doing it themselves and the men being open to those conversations.
What's a period emoji?
It's like a drop of blood.
Ah, okay.
So basically this woman at Goldman Sachs, she put a LinkedIn post up saying that recently in a Slack channel of like 1,200 people, when she was on her period, she put this little period drop emoji in her status. And the comments came flooding in apparently from other women being like, oh my God, this is genius. Like, I'm so happy to know that because now I know how to interact with you during this time. I can be like, if I'm stressed about something, I shouldn't put that on you because you might be in pain, you might be struggling with other issues. And so it's really interesting, like these kinds of bolder statements happening can encourage change at the lower level.
Amazing. And just one more question, something you mentioned earlier in your intro, you said that the feminine hygiene product sort of name was kind of, you know, not ideal. This is something I've thought about myself. I don't have any alternatives. Like, do you have any sort of thoughts on what would be a more appropriate kind of label for it?
We tend to say menstrual health.
Okay.
Specifically for like the broader industry when we're talking about those categories like tampons, pads, period pants. As a brand, we use like menstrual wellness because we're not just looking at those products, but we're also working into moods, pains, PMS, and other symptoms around your cycle. But it's kind of creating new terminology. And I think that's partly the difficulty because you're using new terminology that doesn't necessarily people associate with that product. So you're kind of having to pave the way a little bit when it comes to even boring things like SEO. You know, you want to have this new terminology on the front of your homepage, but if you don't use the old terminology, you're not going to rank.
Right.
It's really small things like that you start to realize when you're trying to kind of disrupt some old, persistent language and habits.
Language is powerful for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Great, thanks, Nikki. So Amber and Leslie, this is kind of, I guess, a question for both of you, because your companies, you know, skincare, beauty, and lingerie, sort of fashion, these are sectors that have tended to profit from making women feel negatively about their appearance in some way, whether that's deliberate or not. So could you tell us a bit about how your company is disrupting this? Let's go to Amber.
Yeah. So some would say beauty comes from within, and if you're kind and you're confident, that projects a beautiful display. And I actually think it's the opposite. I think that once we realize our beauty and our worth and our value, that out of that place, we can be freed from the pressure of trying to gain beauty through whatever means we believe that beauty can be gained. And then we can be freed up to focus on a real purpose that we have in life. I think women spend so much time thinking about their bodies, thinking about their skin, thinking about their faces, thinking about their clothes. Like, you know, I know that men also struggle with things like this, but to the degree that women do, they just, there's so much there. And so much there that I think even men don't even realize that women struggle with on a daily basis. And I think once we kind of become free from those confines of what beauty should be or should look like, then our time is really freed up. There's a lot of hours of the day that women struggle with thinking about themselves. And I'm not saying themselves in a good way, I'm saying it in a negative light. They are obsessed about themselves in a negative way that leads to self-hatred. And so something that I'm passionate about is continuing to remind people that they were created with beauty. You know, we were created beautiful. There's nothing we need to do to gain it. And most of the time when we try to gain it, those are false facades that we are trying to put on or project. And so, which inherently also snowballs that and impacts other women too. So, and it kind of creates that cycle of trying to gain beauty and then leading to self-hatred and trying to earn it and leading to self-hatred. And so there's just this really broken cycle that we sometimes find ourselves in. And some of the things that I like to do is just show people what real people look like, what, you know, real skin looks like, what real pores look like, what acne looks like. And the more I think we can normalize those things, the more that people can start to feel comfortable in their own skin and kind of relate to that. Because if we see it on a daily basis, then it doesn't become as big of a deal as it maybe used to be.
Yeah, I love how you talk about how we could free up our time as women. You know, if we stop obsessing so much about, you know, certain things, that our appearance, that so much energy is freed up to just do other things. And a very wise woman called Kasia Obaniak, who's a woman who teaches women about power, she talks about how women are we're nouns and men are verbs. So we are, like, society obsessed with how we are, like our being, whereas just for men it's more about things that they do. They're verbs, they do things, whereas we women just are. We're beautiful, or we're ugly, or we're this, or we're that. So yeah, absolutely. Thanks. So Leslie, let's go to you.
Yeah, no, it just makes me think. I have a daughter, a 1-year-old daughter. So even at her young age, I really try to not only focus on things like what you're saying, which is like the outer appearance or the status versus doing. So I totally relate to that. I think for Burgundy Fox, really how we're disrupting that, you know, the status quo. I mean, when you think about lingerie, like you imagine Victoria's Secret in your head immediately, right? Like the world does, and they spent a ton of money to do that. Part of what we have done since the very beginning is we've tried to, as Amber said, show what the other alternatives are. And oftentimes that's like 99% of people. It's the real life, it's the reality of what people look like. And to break that barrier that just because you don't look like a runway model, that you can't have what you want. A lot of that, like tactically, was just in creating imagery that felt like aligned with our values. It's really hard to find that imagery out there. Like, for instance, if you're like, look up stock imagery, you're gonna see that status quo that you have been, you know, that you've been, it's been ingrained in you and ingrained in society. So we work to be really intentional with the type of images that we created. So with the models, with the photographer, with the way that photos are edited, the way they're posed, you know, that you can be powerful and attractive and sexy, and, you know, you don't need to be objectified. And so it's like an intentional effort that was created. Also, it's in finding other people that you can help support create that imagery as well. So, like, as an example, we work with a lot of body positive boudoir photographers, because they are those people who are creating those images that get shared across social media, that get shared on websites. So it's important to also think about like how else you're supporting this broader mission, besides, you know, just your company, that there are people that are already like fighting, you know, that cause that you can support too. Yeah, and I think like one kind of evolution that I realized through starting the company and then till now, is that it's really important to show, like, it's really important to show that you are supporting inclusivity and not just say it. I think that there are brands that I can think of that maybe, may not put as much intentionality into things, and especially like, you can just say I'm body positive, but you find one person on their website, like one type of person, and to be able to show that, that's the thing that's important, is to like show it versus tell it, is one important thing that I realized. Like, you don't even necessarily need to use the words like straight on your site, or like you don't need to hit people over the head with it. Just like live it and do it.
I have a question actually for Leslie and Amber on that side of things, because in terms of competing then with other brands in your space, especially ones that have like infinite amounts of funding in a kind of consumer world where we have been built to want to buy things because we are not enough. It's just like creating this aspirational culture where if you buy this, you'll look like this and then you'll be happy. Whereas both of your models are saying you don't need to be that to be happy, but you're still competing against that model, which is really well funded. So what sort of techniques do you use to kind of stand out and kind of help the consumer understand that they don't need to be that to be happy, and that their purchasing can be done more consciously, if that makes sense?
Yeah, like what you mentioned about SEO, and that's a real thing. Like, just the reality is that people do still have, in my case, it's like diet culture. People are still very living under that reality that you do need to be a size 0 in order to be attractive. And so that like matters in the type of imagery that we use, but we still choose, and this is really important, I think, for creating inclusive spaces, to choose your values over what, and this is honestly, it's a hard, I've heard this feedback from advisors, potential investors, where they just don't understand like exactly what you're trying to do, and you're like, that's not the brand, so I'm not going to like sell out of my values and do something differently. And like one way around it is we do a lot of like flat lay photography, for instance. So like it might just be focusing on the product, or focusing on like testimonial. We still run advertising like as much as we can, featuring bodies and people, but also, I think, I mean, experimentation too is important as well.
For me, this is a big one because, like Leslie said, you don't want to sell out your brand values just to make a sale. And it's really important, actually, in my opinion, to double down on those things, because if you really believe that there's a space that people are craving your message, then you need to find it. And so, fixing things sells, before and after pictures sell, but we don't use that verbiage, and we don't use before and after pictures. We show people and their skincare journeys during their skincare journeys, and emphasizing that they're on a journey. And I think it's also just important to remember that our message actually resonates more than a fear-based message does. Just people don't use it because they're afraid, right? So, we could play on someone's insecurities and kind of pull on those fear strings of like, oh gosh, like, my pores are too big, or I'm starting to get fine lines, I'm starting to age, like I'm worried about that, I'm fearful about that, and so I want to find a product that can help with that. But I think the message that of embracing those things that are inherently like, nerve-wracking to embrace, is what actually people need and want. I think they just haven't been presented with that yet, or sometimes can't get through and break through the lies that they've kind of believed for so long. And so it's our job to speak the truth and call out those lies and remind people that those things are not true. They are just a perception.
Yeah.
Awesome. So I have a question, kind of a general question. So we talk about creating, things created by women for women, including women. And I feel like this message often gets lost on men. A lot of men just tune out. They don't feel it's relevant to them. They're just kind of like, whatever. And it's so prevalent in our society now that, I mean, I have had a lot of conversations with men who are not anti-feminist per se, but they're certainly they just don't feel interested at all. So do you have a message for the men who might be watching this panel, and kind of how they might be more involved, how they might contribute to your respective missions? Let's go to Laura.
Okay. I think all women, if we are all feminists, I mean, feminism is about equality. And what we are trying to bring here and talk here is about equality. I think sometimes men or people in general get confused with that term. And sometimes it feels like it's putting women, on top of men, and we're just talking about equality. So I think a good way to go is understanding that right society, equal society is going to be, an advantage for all of us, and that we all have to grow and gain from, social justice. And I think that's a problem that is affecting all of us, and we are kind of in a delay, and we need to work all together in order to be, on track soon, or it would be,
Yeah, because in your on your website there's a sort of a section. It's almost like a manifesto. You talk a bit about kind of part of your motivation for creating All Women, and it goes in quite in depth about the way our society has been built and structured, which I found really interesting. And I think it's something that perhaps a lot of us know, but isn't discussed enough. I feel we often talk about, bring women up to the same level as men, but what does that mean? Because I think a lot of men especially don't see the inequalities, so they kind of feel, well, there's not a problem. Why are we making such a big deal about this? Could you tell us a bit more about your ideas on that?
Yeah, that's complicated. I think there are like men that feel related to this, but maybe they don't know how to approach it, and there are others that feel like you are trying to take part of my cake here, right? So I think sometimes a strategy that I use is like kind of like these allies that we can name, and so men that you find that are already with the sensibility that they get it, support on them so they can talk to these other men. And I think because sometimes this way I think it's going to be easier, because it's men talking to men, so they understand each other instead of you saying this, that, and that, so I think we need to support on allies, and those allies, they should work together within the movement and talk to these other men.
Great, awesome. Amber, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think sometimes it's just important for men to ask questions, because I think we've all touched on this a little bit. Nikki was talking about tampons and hiding them, in our sleeves and stuff. And I think for women, in terms of beauty conversations, we do the same thing. We have those conversations with other women where we feel comfortable saying like, oh, like these lines, or oh, my dark circles, or and I think as other females tend to then respond with encouragement, like, oh no, you look great. And so I think we have these little micro conversations. Where do you get your eyebrows waxed, or where do you go for this facial? And we have these conversations as women, but we don't usually bring men into those conversations. And I think it's actually really important, because I don't think men really realize on a broad scale what women go through every day. I remembered filming like kind of a couch conversation with a couple of women, and we were talking about, eyebrows, which ended up being a bigger conversation than you would think that eyebrows should be. And we were talking about skin lightening and tanning. And after our filming, the men on the camera crew and some of the people who were working on the set that day were just astonished, like, wow, I would never knew that, this was a thing, and these are men that are married or, have significant others and stuff. And they still just don't realize some of the daily things that women are dealing with and struggling with. So I think just opening the conversation, like, hey, you know, how do you feel? Like, how do you feel about your body, or how do you feel about yourself? Like, just opening those conversations up to kind of get feedback. And I think that would help even just have another level of support from the opposite sex that I think is important.
Beautiful, thank you. So I'm just seeing if we have any questions from the audience. Yes, we have one that's kind of coincides with one I wanted to ask anyway, which is that building a brand is a big challenge. So what obstacles have you encountered, or rather maybe what's been your biggest obstacle that you have overcome on your journey in building your brand? Let's go to Nikki for that one.
Definitely how bold we are in our messaging and visual identity has been a challenge, because especially 3 years ago, it wasn't very sexy for especially pitching to investors or like partnerships. And there was a lot of investors that were like, oh yeah, we're interested, but if you tone it down, or oh yeah, this could be really cool, but you're gonna have to like learn what the boundaries are. And we were like, no. So I feel like we could have gotten more funding sooner if we'd kind of flexed our boundaries on that. But we really felt like the reason that we were entering this market was because we wanted to create conversation. We wanted to like really challenge the taboos that were inherent there, and we wanted to provide something that was different. And if we loved it and our peers loved it, then it was going to resonate somehow. And if people didn't love it, that was also okay, because then you're creating a conversation. Like some of our early Facebook ads, it's like women arguing with other women about like, oh, this is disgusting. Like this ad is horrible. Like this should be taken down. And someone else commenting, be like, why is that disgusting? Like blood is normal. Your period is normal. This is not something that's disgusting. And then they're having full-on conversations. I think that was always like the reason we did this. So definitely our approach to how bold we wanted to be, how graphic sometimes, using the real words for things, it put people off for sure. But I think the long-term commitment to that has meant that we have carved a space for ourselves that's different. We don't look like every other brand. We're not just copying another brand. And it's meant that our community is stronger, our engagement is stronger, and overall the brand USP is stronger. So you have to be quite resilient to the feedback and know where it's good to take like constructive criticism and where you can improve versus where it's something that's really like, yeah, part of your value set, as Leslie mentioned earlier.
Amazing. And what about Leslie?
Yeah, actually, that like brings me back to the beginning of when we started Burgundy Fox. That there, was some amount of trolling on the Instagram, and it's almost like it kind of shows you that your work is like far from done when you're trying to change perception. And I mean, I think it's inspiring. Like it kind of pushes you to say, like, this product needs to exist, this community needs to exist. We need to keep pushing. And for every troll, there's like 100 more people who are supportive of it. So it shows, to keep going. I think probably like as far as starting a business, some of the obstacles that I faced personally were like burnout. I mean, I think that's like a real thing that needs to be talked about more for entrepreneurs and founders, and it can be especially hard when you're so mission driven. When you have a business that's mission driven, it's your child. You don't know when to stop, and I think that it's healthy to either like form an accountability partner or something that you gotta take care of yourself. Like take care of yourself as you're trying to grow this community or brand.
Awesome. Laura, what about you?
Super agree with the things Leslie and Nikki were mentioning. I remember also getting a lot of trolls at the very beginning, but they confirmed you should exist. And also now we're in our third year, and this trolling is stopping, so it means like society is understanding that this is very much needed. For us as well, what it has, grown our brand is to be, that is the purpose behind that brand. We strongly believe it within, the team. And we always try to, as you were mentioning, creating conversation, talking about things that we normally don't talk about it. So last week we were talking about period health. We were talking about fertility. We've been talking about all these cultural myths that are putting women back. So it is not only talking about like technology, but all of those things that are, affecting us as women or that make us proud as women. So on top of that, like creating those like open conversations on the internet and having also like a bold and strong brand. Also like things that you were mentioning, because we are for women by women. So also like advisors, investors, they were saying maybe because this is like, this is in trend now. So for women it's in trend, but maybe you want to add maybe within your courses, out of 20 students, female, you have 5 that are men, so you grow faster your market. And I was like, wow, you didn't understand anything of this, that's why we're trying to do that. So you need to be conscious and aware of the change you are trying to achieve and be strong, because it's not going to be easy, but it's super worth it because you believe on it.
Interesting how trolls seems to be a common theme here. And finally, Amber?
I actually, if you don't mind, I'm going to answer another question that someone from the audience asked.
Yeah, of course.
Trolls, I definitely relate to that, and I echo everything that all of you said, actually. So, but she said, what is the most destructive belief women have today, in your opinion, and what we can do against that belief? And I think that's a really important question. I didn't want to get off before answering that. And I think that biggest thing that people do is we start out as women, or as humans really, we start out with an appreciation of someone else. We might see someone in the grocery store and say, oh wow, like she has beautiful hair, she has beautiful, a beautiful body or whatever, or great skin. And then we move from appreciation of beauty in someone to then comparison to ourselves. And I think when we move into that space of comparison, then we start looking at ourselves in comparison to what we just appreciated. Then we start to envy that person and want what they have, instead of just allowing the appreciation to end there and being able to take it in. We then put it on ourselves. And then I think envy leads to self-hatred, and we start to really, solidify that cycle and compare in our mind again, and then envy again and compare again. And then it leads to us not appreciating our own beauty, which is why so often, friends will say, what, like you are beautiful, and our friends appreciate our beauty, but we can't appreciate our own because we want something we don't have. And I think that's really, I think that actually is kind of the start of a lot of different destructive belief systems that women struggle with, whether it's in the, beauty section, or it could be, in our careers. It can be, it can really go anywhere, because envy really is very destructive. And I think instead of moving into that comparison kind of realm, if we just share with people the appreciation that we have seen, and we can kind of squash it there and take our thoughts captive and remind ourselves not to move down that rabbit hole, I think that could be very powerful for us to be able to appreciate beauty, but not allow that to lead us to self-hatred.
So true. Right, well, we've gone over time a bit, so thank you so much, Amber, Laura, Nikki, and Leslie. Thank you to our amazing panelists. This has been great. Everyone, their websites are kind of scrolling across the bottom there if you want to find out more. Thank you so much again. It's been a pleasure talking to you. And Rachel is here ready to kick me out, so
not at all.
I'll end it there. Great, thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you also, Teresa. Incredible moderating abilities. My heart is racing, because when Amber talked about self-hatred, one of the reasons I work for Typeform is because I'm coming off a 10-year battle with an eating disorder that nearly killed me. And so things like getting my period, not knowing how to dress, hating myself, hating my skin, that hits home. And to Lara's point, working in mainly male-dominated environments, and my eating disorder was my crutch for how I dealt with work stress. So playing with that duality, I can really relate. And I just want to thank all of these women for starting these businesses, creating these inclusive spaces, and allowing people like me to share openly. I am so excited to introduce our next speaker, Javier Amigo Miranda.
Hi,
hello.
Rachel, how's it going?
It's going so well. So Javier is the CMO of a company called Too Good To Go that is on a mission to fight global food waste. They also have the most fun. I'm not one to play games, but Too Good To Go is like a game, and it is a way to help food from being saved. Here in New York City, there are so many restaurants, there's so much food available. And in the middle of lockdown, my partner shared with me your app, which he found via TikTok, and was like, you need to get on this. And I can just say it has brought so much joy to my life. And the climate crisis is something that I think about a lot and I care about. And thinking about food waste, I'm so excited for you to talk about that, and also for you as a former data-driven marketer to talk about why telling a damn good story matters and your personal journey and how that has helped to share the story about global food waste. So thank you so much, and I'll be back on for questions.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you so much, guys from Typeform for inviting me, and thank you so much for the previous panelists. Actually, I learned a lot in the last 45 minutes listening to you. So actually, I have a few notes here that I will follow up at some point. Well, thank you for having me here. When you basically invited me a few weeks ago, you basically challenged me to basically tell my story, explain to basically your audience who I am, what I do, how I end here. That comes like an inspirational story for some people, and especially link this about how my company and the company that I'm basically leading all around the world is using the story and using the power of the brand to basically make a dent and try to fix one of the biggest problems, that is the environmental crisis. So allowed me to start from scratch, and at the end I will answer as many questions as you need. So, well, as you know, my name is Javier, and as Rachel was saying, I'm a data guy. I built my career on mathematics, and I very early back in the days when, digital marketing started to be something relevant and interesting in the world, I moved to this field right after. And for me, the truth was being always in the numbers. I've been able to modeling and analyzing and all this kind of things. And but in one hand, I always feel that there was a part that is not easy to explain with a mathematical model in maybe human behavior, or also just how to lead a company. So I took a few choices in life, and after a few years in corporation, I decided to move to startups and scale-ups. I was super lucky to jump into a very few ones that they were really, really good. But unfortunately, I jumped into a field that is not the most beautiful field in the world and the most impactful field. I worked with fintech for many years. And as I said, my job used to be make richer people, making basically rich people even richer. I did it fine, and I did it for quite many years. But something was not adding up. For quite a long time, even though professionally I've been always super happy with my hypergrowth stories, the teams that I was leading, the success that we were having in the market. In my private life, I was always making myself the same questions, and it's when you are able to see the real problems, when you're able to see that the world is facing in a direction that it might not be the right one, you need to take a position. And you can be like a contributor to the problem, or you can just be someone who like face the problem. I'm not gonna lie, it took many years to basically realizing that that I like to be someone who is basically facing the problem and putting a positive note. So a few years ago, when I was expecting my second kid, I just sit with my wife and we take the decision that we have to do something different. I cannot keep on this, roller coaster game of keep building fintech solutions that they are going to be sold and acquired by someone else for money. And at the end, I'm not fixing anything. I was not doing anything meaningful. So, well, I quit my job, and I quit my job with the hope that I will be able to do something good. And my only north was like, I want to work for a company that is making a positive impact in the world. I didn't know what a positive impact in the world was right there, but I thought that it would take quite a while of time to just find this opportunity. Actually, it took exactly 8 days. And this is one of the jokes that I said many times, that, since the moment that I decided to change everything and it was effective until the moment that the opportunity came, it passed literally 8 days. And I think I might be the luckiest one in the world for that. So at that moment, when I decide that my talent, my effort, my capacity to do what I do needs to be used for something good, a little company start a few months before, and they give me a call. The company is Too Good To Go. That is my former company, and that was like more than 4 years ago, and the world was different and the company was different. We were a very few people, and when I came, they start to talk about one problem, that is food waste, a problem that I did not understand. They were like fighting something that for me was like an obvious thing to fight, something that obviously is affecting all of us. But for some particular reason, they have a lot of passion. They were like talking about, this is a massive problem. You have to take a look at it. And I have to be completely honest. I was not convinced. But I'm a curious person by nature. So I remember vividly one night, I think it was January 2017. I just make a cup of coffee on a weekend. The company, they really like to work with me. I was not 100% sure, but I just sit and start to read about the food waste and start to read about the company. And what I was planning for, a couple of hours ends into basically the whole night reading and getting this crazy epiphany, like, holy cow, how is possible that the world is not knowing this and is not doing anything? The day after, I called the person that is just now my boss, and I said, like, yeah, okay, let's do this. We have to do this. And at that moment, we decided to start to build what we have, that is Too Good To Go. And Too Good To Go, for the ones that you are not aware of what it is an app that puts in contact basically retailers, stores that at the end of the day, they have food that is not sold and is going to be wasted because, the food cycle will not allow this food to be available the day after, with consumers like all of us that at the end of the day, using our mobile phone, we can just basically go and save this food and prevent that this food is not wasted. The interesting thing is when you take a look to this food and what this food means, because it's not just basically a commodity that we have and we can use. Also, this food is a lot of energy used on producing, a lot of energy consumed on basically moving this food from the origin to the production, obviously working with this product and making like a final product. And the most amazing and incredible thing is directly this food waste is responsible of 8% of the CO2 equivalent emissions all around the world every year. So I was shocked with the story. I was completely shocked when someone explained me that there's like $1.2 trillion market on it, that is wasted, when basically this 8% of the CO2 emissions, they are linked straight to food, and especially that 800 million people back in the days, they didn't have the opportunity to basically get enough food before they go to sleep every night. I was shocked about that. And when we built the company, we decided basically to tell this story. The center should be that. The world should know that we agree to figure out this story is absolutely everything that we want to tell. From the very beginning, we decided that beside a marketplace, we are a global movement. The world needs to know that one of the most impactful things that we can do as users, as basically citizens, to prevent the catastrophe that is coming, is basically prevent that food waste is happening. The power of this story drives us to what we are right now. We have been saving 70 million meals. We have 36 million people in our app. We have almost 90,000 retailers working with us daily to basically put ends on this nonsense. So my story at the end of choices and doing the right thing, it drives me to basically do this thing that I've been proud as you cannot imagine. We have a couple of questions from the audience, so I'm going to try to jump into that. Rachel, is that okay?
Yeah, I'm happy to ask you them, or you can see them
Fantastic.
yourself.
Feel free. Feel free. Go ahead.
So our first question, which is something that I struggle with, is the climate crisis. It feels so systemic. It feels so big, and one individual's response means nothing. But you work for a company where one individual's purchase of a meal can do something. And this person is wondering, what are actionable steps that they can take to make a difference, whether it's contributing positively to ending food waste or the climate crisis? What can you share?
Yeah, I can just share my learnings, and the learnings after talking to quite a lot of people from, journalists, other entrepreneurs, consumers, is we are overwhelmed. There's a lot of things. I mean, we are bombarded by the problem, and the solution feels very far away. The solution feels like we have to do a lot of crazy sacrifices because the clock is ticking. And I believe that we have to do a lot of sacrifices, but I believe that systemically we have to change society, right? And societies, they are not changed by revolutions. They usually change by the power of habits. And this is one of the things that we in the company, we're pushing very, very much. Try to explain people that in order to help on the fight against this climate crisis, or in particular thing on the food waste, you don't have to change yourself radically. You have to do a couple of things. You have to just think in food in the same way that you think in electricity. I mean, an example that we put all the time is everybody turn off the light when they leave their apartment, right? We do that. I mean, if you don't do that, you're like a weird human being. Well, why we allowed ourselves to just throw food? And if we ask people, are you wasting food? They are going to say, of course not. We eat everything. No, you don't. Take a look to your being. You naturally do things because, of course, the food system is prepared for that. The retail system is prepared for that. And because there's nothing more blissful for many people that see like a fridge completely full of food. This is the thing that we have to change. And, fighting food waste is not a minor thing. It's one of the most important things that we can just do. And people feel not empowered. They don't know what to do. So we have a solution that empowers people to do it. And at the same time, we try to inspire in all levels to basically explain what food waste is and how we can just, fix it.
We have some more questions from the audience, but I have a follow-up question because you mentioned that right at the time when you kind of switched from data-driven corporate to doing something purpose-oriented, that you had your second child. And I'm curious how you talk to your children about food waste, because kids can be notoriously picky eaters and be like, I don't want to eat that. I want what she's having. So how do you have those conversations at a young age with your children?
Well, I think we are lucky people that both me and my wife, we are really into food, and actually the son of a chef. So I grew up in a restaurant. So the most important thing that we do is we cook a lot. I mean, literally a lot. We don't eat anything that comes prepared. We don't order takeaway. I know that feels like a crazy thing for some people, but if you get to it, it's easy. We involve our kids very early on, since they were like a little into the process. We grow our own vegetables. We have kind of a little corner, really big one for a house where we like do our things. So the important thing for us is being how to bring the idea of the food to the table. Obviously, my kids, they know that finish the dish is absolutely mandatory. We are a Too Good To Go family. We are gonna not have anything on the bin. We have a little one, a green one, that is where they put all the food wasted. That should remain as empty as possible. So that's a trick that we have.
I love it. One of our questions from the audience is how has COVID impacted Too Good To Go? I'm just going to leave it there, and you can interpret as you wish.
Okay. You have to imagine that we are like a proximity. We are living by proximity retailers. Okay. And from these 87,000 people or retailers that have been using Too Good To Go so far professionally to get rid of their food, a vast majority of them, they enter in lockdowns. So we lost a massive part of our business in such a short period. The good thing of Too Good To Go is like we are a hyper growth company. We were like able to adapt. And I'm very proud to say that it took actually 5 months for us to basically be on the primer, pick back, literally bouncing back completely. And in the journey, we didn't need to change the product. We didn't have to fire any single person. So we continue working and growing. And there was like this no fear message around. It's like, we have been really good until now. The new future, whatever it is, unfortunately, food waste is a massive problem. We're going to be able to play a role there. And I always put the same example. We decide to launch New York City in June. In June, we take the decision that let's go to the US as we plan. We have to postpone it. Let's do it anyway. All the analysts in the world that will tell you this is the worst idea you could have. Hey, here we are. We have 7 cities in the US so far. So no fear.
Well, I'm lucky that you are in New York City, and I use it. Basically, it's an app that I look at daily, just out of curiosity.
A lot of food waste in New York. We need quite a lot of help.
Yes. And there's still optional composting, which is interesting. So we can talk about that another time.
Sure.
Another question is, what motivates retailers to sign up for Too Good To Go? So there's, it's a dual exchange platform. So people are motivated because the food is costing less. But what's the draw for retailers to sign up?
Obviously, we always talk about what do we offer to a retailer. And obviously, we have a financial model behind that, so they can just basically capitalize for something that was a waste, and now they can just recover a part. Obviously, this is always there. But honestly, my experience after quite a long time in Too Good To Go is not about that. Actually, these food retailers, food is the raw material that they use all the time. They are very attached to food, and they really hate to waste it. We have food chains that they basically give us the feedback about the most amazing thing of using you is basically my employees. They are very happy because it was like heartbreaking for these guys at the end of the day, working on preparing something. The day is over. We basically close the door. And now what are we going to do with that? This painful moment of putting the food out because some people cannot donate. This is not a donation system, can just cover all the retailers in all the big cities. That's heartbreaking. So this is an important part, being part of this kind of global movement that is doing something and having the feeling that with your efforts at home and in your business, you can just contribute is actually a massive factor. And for some others, it helps them all to basically innovate, having something new, something cool, a different kind of option, solution, talking to their clients in a different way, more than actually the financial thing. I'm sure that many of our partners, they really don't care about the other part.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I spent 15 years working in restaurants, and it's crazy because food waste is such an issue where people are so passionate about it. I remember working a salad station and scraping every last bit of dressing, into the thing, and like everything is reused or used for family meal if it doesn't get sold. And I think it's something where we tend to think like, oh, restaurants, they're just mass producing food, it's so wasteful, and yet some of restaurant workers can be the pioneers of this. So it's amazing to see this kind of win-win platform. Another question we have is, what are the main challenges in marketing the app to both restaurants and consumers, and how do you scale adoption?
Well, the challenges, there are many. And when we think, we have to split between both, right? For the consumers, the fact that you're going to get an app in a food space, which is completely overcrowded, and we have like multi-billion companies that they have deeper pockets that you can imagine, an incredible business model that allow them to pay and buy consumers. Obviously, you have to position yourself into that. And we very early realized that we have a story that is pure, that is clear, that people can relate. So when we think on other great competitors like Just Eat in Europe, DoorDash in the US, they have incredible solutions. They are a great product, but we are not a product. We are something else. It's not about only the food that you get. It's the extra feeling that you have. So the whole marketing for consumers is based on that. The marketing obviously for stores is way more complicated, because even though stores, they feel that food waste it's a problem, margins in stores is super short. They need to prioritize. It's difficult to find 5 minutes in a store to do something different, right? So obviously we use other techniques. We talk a lot. We have a lot of, boots on the ground in New York City right now, running around the city, in Manhattan, talking to a lot of stores, in San Francisco right now, in Philadelphia, Boston, moving around, talking to supermarkets, talking to stores, talking to delis, talking to any kind of grocery, and figure out, hey, do you have food waste at the end of the day? We can help you with that. And then, the ball runs and runs and runs until at some point, you get a little bit of a network effect. That is where we are aiming right now.
So about that network effect, I'm curious, because if you go on the Too Good To Go website, there's the app and then there's the movement. And so yes. I imagine that the app is, it's not the entire means. It's part of something more. So maybe before we close, and I do have one final audience question before the end, but maybe you can just talk about this greater movement and kind of what's on the horizon for Too Good To Go, and what, what's on your roadmap.
Yeah, very early we realized in Too Good To Go that saving 1 billion meals, that is the number that we have in mind right now, it will not be enough. When you think on 1 billion meals is a lot. When you think like every kilo of food produced 2.8 kilos of estimated CO2, 1 billion meals is a lot. Actually, it's not. Actually, when you see the big picture, it's a dent out of it, super, super little. From the very beginning, we realized that the most important thing for us was to inspire people. And inspiring people with an app to buying food is not enough. So very early, we decided to basically open other part of our operations, that what it basically does is inspire and collaborate with other people in the fight against food waste. So on that, we have jobs that we do with schools, jobs that we do with other companies. Sometimes they're food companies, sometimes they're not food companies. We have a massive project all around the world trying to explain people the difference in the date labeling. What is the difference between a product that is past expiry date versus a product that cannot be eaten? 70% of the people, they don't know the difference, and that generates a gazillion amount of waste at home. We are like basically working with non-food companies, trying to convince them that in their offices, to their employees, bring food waste as part of the problem. This is the food waste movement, and we are not alone. We always said people has to work with us, companies have to work with us. We don't offer exclusivity to anyone. Everybody is welcome to come to us and start to basically try to work together. We said many times, movement is everything that we do. The app and our solution is just apart, and it's something that helps us to fuel the rest of the operation. But at the end, what we are aiming is to inspire people and make them understand that there is a huge problem that needs to be fixed.
Amazing. Last question, rapid fire. How do I encourage my city to participate?
It's a complicated question because we receive, as you can imagine, hundreds of requests. When people says like, "Hey, when are you coming to San Jose? When are you coming to Austin? When are you coming to Minnesota?" And unfortunately, we are a company has to prioritize, and we also know that we need to have a little bit of a critical mass of stores in an area to make the impact. Obviously, you can just inspire anyone, any store that you have to contact us. It's super easy, and we, of course, going to follow up with them. And if they really want to be part of it by themselves, no problem. There's no cost on it, so that's completely okay. The challenge is when you want to just basically do it with your city. If your city is your municipality or the estimates of the city is slightly more complicated because obviously they have the times and their processes, but we have teams to support with that. So if you want it, just contact us. We're gonna get back.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Javier. It's so fun talking to you, and maybe I'm going to check who's on Too Good To Go when this event closes. Maybe I'll pick up some pastries to celebrate.
Good. Enjoy it. Have a good one.
Thank you. It's been such a
Cheers.
pleasure. See you soon. Well, if you don't know about Too Good To Go, download the app, see if it's in your city, and if it's not, request it. Something that Javier said is a great transition to our next speakers, which is movement is everything we do. And I am so delighted to bring two incredible speakers and colleagues to the stage, Olga Hording and Yuri Martins. Accessibility, that's a sensitive topic at Typeform. If you follow us on social, you've seen that we have gotten some criticism, and rightly so, over the last few years. That's because it's really, really hard work, and it takes a lot of time, and sometimes people don't want to wait. And as a tech company, it's hard to work on projects that take a really long time because speed and immediacy is often what matters. And when we talk about movements, something that Yuri and Olga and Paul and I were talking about is all it takes is one or a few. And so I'm going to bring two people onto the stage who fought internally for us to make accessibility a priority and to do the work and to show up and to ask the hard questions. So Olga and Yuri, the stage is yours to talk about the journey to accessibility at Typeform and the one that we're still on, why it takes so long and why it matters so much. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. So yeah, excited, please, Olga. Yes, really exciting to be here and share this story with all of you. So my name is Olga, and I also have Yuri here with me. And we will be sharing the journey to accessibility, so Typeform's journey, and why it matters and why it takes so long. And I work as a principal user researcher at Typeform, and I joined this initiative about a year ago with the goal of bringing in a user perspective and making sure that we not just focus on compliance. And what really inspires me in this work is all the stories that Yuri and I get to hear in the interviews that we do with people. And then when we share these stories with the rest of the team. And that's also what we hope to do here today. So that's a little bit of an intro about me. Yuri, do you want to say a couple of words about you as well?
Yeah, and I think as we started on accessibility more or less a year ago. I think we'll share a little bit on this timeline during the presentation, and it's just been really rewarding. I think one thing that I also want people to understand is that I think it's the two of us here presenting, but there has been so many other people involved. The engineers have worked so hard on it as well. So I think we need, like, it's the two of us here presenting, but we need to make sure that everyone understands that there were so many other people involved. And I think we've been really lucky to have so many good people involved in this process. And I think we can start.
Nice. Okay, so to kick this off and just to give you a bit of a context of what we're going to focus on today. So we'll start a bit with a definition of what disability means. And then we're going to go through a Typeform's journey from start to where we are now, and then head into some takeaways. And in the end of this, we'll have a Q&A for you to ask questions. So yeah, let's kick it off. So as a first step, I think it's really important to align about what disability is. Because most of us, when we think about disability, we think about impairment. But like impairment as a problem in someone's body or someone's structure. When actually disability is something much more bigger than that. Yes, it can be an impairment, but it can also be an activity limitation or participation restriction. And the World Health Organization, they recognize this by saying that disability is not a health problem. They understand that it's something much more complex than this, which is the interaction between us and our bodies and the society and the day-to-day activities in our life. So with this, just to make sure that we're all aligned on this, we want to share a couple of stories with you. So the first one is about Ted. Ted is one of the participants from our ongoing user research studies that we're doing at Typeform to fuel the accessibility initiative. And Ted is super passionate about technology. He lives in a nursing home together with his wife. And he is legally blind and has lost a couple of limbs due to a peripheral neuropathy. And in this video clip that we're going to show now to the rest of you, he's talking us through how he's using his phone. So let's have a view.
Let me know if
I
you
found
can
this
hear.
lanyard on Amazon, and it's my leash to my phone. And as you see, I've got my fingers sort of pinched on the.
Yes.
I'll get it in my teeth.
Yes.
Pick it up like this. Put my hands under the phone like this and have it resting on my chin. Now, and it does get a little wobbly and it sometimes falls out of my hand and I got to start over again. Turn off Bluetooth.
Okay.
Turn on Bluetooth.
Okay. I turned Bluetooth on.
Okay, I just wanted to do that so you could hear voiceover while I do things. So, since I'm not using voice control anymore and my primary way to use the phone is by my facial features, I use my nose to swipe left, right, up, and down. I use my nose to do a single finger, 1 tap, 2 taps, 3 tap. If I need to do a 2-finger tap or double tap, I use my nose and my upper lip. If I need to do a 3-finger tap, you guessed it, nose, upper lip, lower lip. And God forbid I have to do a 4-finger tap and incorporate my chin in all this. It gives a whole new meaning to FaceTime.
So yeah, as you can see, I'm enjoying myself a lot in this calls because of all the great people that we get to meet. And Ted here, as you can see, is super open with us and sharing his needs. And as a first step in our kind of step towards further understand the people like behind accessibility, we started doing these interviews to further understand how people are using technology and what the specific needs are. And what's interestingly here is when we show this clip to our colleagues in our team, at least two people from the team, they told us, "Oh, you know what? I actually also use my phone in a similar way as Ted, specifically when it's cold outside and I'm wearing my gloves, so I'm interacting with my phone using my nose." And this brings us to our first message and one of our first learnings working on this initiative, that when we start to solve for one kind of a group of people's needs, so let's say take Ted as an example here, who lost a few limbs, we can see that we start to extend it to a bigger group. So what we learned quite quickly is that, okay, if we start to solve for a person who lost their like is missing a limb, for example, we see that it's solving the same needs as for a person who has a temporary impairment, such as someone who, for example, been on a ski trip and broken their arm. And then we see that when we start to extend this to people with situational impairments, such as a new parent. So I'm sure people out there who have kids can recognize from the early days when they were carrying around their baby using one arm and kind of limited by only using one arm. And a big learning here for us and the team is when working with accessibility, we often get kind of challenged and questioned about the impact we're having, because people are thinking that we're always solving for a small group of people. But actually what we've learned is that when we solve for one group of people, we in most cases are extending it to a much bigger group. So to put some numbers on this, we have an example here of that in the US, 26,000 people a year suffer from a loss of an upper extremities. But when you start to include people with temporary and situational impairments, this number is greater than 20 million. And I think this is important for all of us to take a step back and start to understand the impact all of us can have here. And this visual is maybe some of you recognize it already. It's one that that we got from a Microsoft who are doing a lot of work within accessibility. But what's interesting as well is that we can see that this is not just for people who lost like an arm. It also extends to the wide range of different personas that we have within accessibility. So we just talked about touch, but we can see it also extends to seeing, hearing, and speaking. So with this, I want to hand it over to Yuri to start sharing a little bit more about where we are.
Yeah, so as we said in the beginning, we just want to show here a little bit of how we've got where we are. So when we started, how we started, a few points that we went through in this process. And I think, as Rachel said in the beginning as well, it's not a process that we are already there, we are already in the final stage. No, this is a process that we are still learning from. So we want to share with you the points that we've been learning and how we've been applying accessibility at Typeform. So first year that we got into accessibility was in 2019, when we hired an external company to test our Typeform and give us a report in the WCAG 2.1, WCAG being the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. So this report actually, they essentially tried Typeform and verified against a huge list of requirements, the requirements that had to meet these standards, and told us which ones we were failing, which ones we were passing but could be improved, and which one were passing. So this was basically a report saying against these requirements, saying what we were achieving and not achieving accessibility. In 2019, still, our engineers started an initiative to start making it accessible. And then in 2020 already, because of this first report, the engineering team also saw a need for training, and all the team started receiving training into accessibility. After this training and receiving a bit more knowledge on how to treat all the accessibility points, we started working on the issues from this first report. So we saw where we were failing or where we could improve, and started working on these. And after we felt that we got where we wanted to be regarding these requirements, we asked for a second report. And of course, the second report still came with some improvements. And we continue working on these improvements based on the second report. At the same time, we started understanding that just trying Typeform against these requirements and just trying to fix these issues to meet these requirements, just to give a check on the checkboxes for these requirements, wasn't going to be enough for us on the long term. We felt, and with Olga, that we needed a way to put these in front of the users to understand the users. So this is at a point where we started trying to shift our thinking of just meeting requirements to actually making accessibility usable. And this was when we partnered with another organization to test directly with assistive technology users. So we not only started testing Typeforms with these assistive technology users, but as Olga just shared with TED, we also started interviewing, getting a better understanding of how they are using, what are the issues that they have, how they go around the issues, and how we can improve the experience, not only meeting the requirements, but also making sure that these were really good experiences. And going back to Olga, I'll leave her to talk a bit more about our testings and interviews.
Perfect. So one of the first learnings that we got from these interviews is that independence is key. No one wants to live a life dependent on someone else, and I think all of us recognizes that feeling. And we also learned, and was really kind of, I guess, a little bit surprised as well, that due to the fast-pacing technology, life in general is becoming easier and allows people living with a disability to have a more independent life. And what's interestingly here, moving on to the next section, is that of course we have all the assistive technology that is helping out creating a more independent life. But we also learned that products such as Google Home, Amazon Alexa, and Apple Siri is helping in new ways. So for example, we talked to a participant called Brandon, that you will also soon meet here, who using a Google Home and an Amazon Alexa in his home. And this allows him to kind of continue to living a quite independent life at home, and that he doesn't need to live in a nursing home. So he's using the Google Home to do actions like turning off the lights, or using Amazon Alexa or Google Home to receive calls. And also, by talking to Ted, we learned that he is able to interact with friends, call friends, and specifically send text messages by using Siri on his phone. And apart from this, we also quite early on learned that accessibility and user experience between different apps and different websites is differing a lot at the moment. And the online experiences that fail to deliver on accessibility are disappointing, and if possible, ruled out in the favor of a competitor. And something that we learned early on, and was kind of eye-opening for us, is that within our field, so within forms and surveys, within that industry, we can also see how different companies are taking different kind of approach to accessibility, and how much effort they're putting into it. So I think this triggered us as well to like, okay, we want to be good at this. Like, we can see the value it's bringing. And it's something I want you all to kind of bring with you, because yeah, obviously all of us work within different fields, but start to look at what your competitors are doing, because it's happening a lot within this space. So as I mentioned, we're gonna meet Brandon. So Brandon, he lives at home, and he is using a technology called Dragon Natural Speaking, which allows him to use both his voice to control his mouse and to interact directly with the screen. And he's using this technology, which basically kind of replaces his hands. And yeah, let's have a look.
Mouse click, open new tab, press hotel, press enter. Page tab. Okay, so for the sake, I'm going to show you how I get, like, if I wanted to find out about one of these programs here, I can get to it without the cover over it. It doesn't collapse. I'll show you. Wake up, mouse 4, 5, 3, click, mouse 4, 6, click, go to sleep. You see how I did it, like, collapse on me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna go with Netflix to show you the difference. Wake up, open new tab, press November, press enter, mouse 5, 6, click, page tab, mouse 4, 3, 2, cancel, go to sleep. That's another thing that bothers me is the, right down there, it starts playing the video right away, whenever they're trying to show you a trailer of it. I think it's frustrating too. Wake up, mouse 1, 8, 9, 9, 6. See how it disappeared there? I tried to get to that little drop down arrow button. I couldn't do it because it just collapsed. Mouse 5, 8, 1, canceled. Mouse right 10. Yeah, I can't get to it. You see, it's just, I have no way of getting to the drop down to learn more about the program. So, a lot of times with Netflix, go to sleep. If I don't go to sleep, I might start doing something creepy. So, if I'm using Netflix a lot, I use it with a friend with me that can use the mouse and do it easier. It's kind of aggravating. I can't be more independent on this site. But
Okay, so sorry for the sound quality there, but I'll just recap our key message here. So one of our main learnings here from talking to Brandon is, as you can see, he's showing us the difference between using Hulu and Netflix. And with Hulu, he can use it perfectly fine on his own, where Netflix, he actually needs to invite a friend to come over to help him to preview the content and select the content he wants to watch. And of course, it can be nice to have a friend sometime to watch Netflix with. But I think, again, bringing us back to the key learning here, like we all should make sure that it's possible to use our products independently and not requiring other people to having to help out. So lastly, we have one more video clip here. Rachel, let's see if the quality gets a little bit better. Rachel is partly sighted. She's using a technology called magnification. And she used to be a student. She graduated, and here she's showing us how she's using and navigating Typeform on her mobile and telling us a little bit about what we can do to make it better.
So I think with this too, that it's, I think most of us do it anyways, but it's good that it's like grayed out to indicate that, okay, you've maxed out the number of answers you can give.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to try it again just to, I think, yeah, with that page, it goes a little bit too quickly. I don't have much of a complaint about the images, like they're big enough, but like I said with the previous ones, if like this, I don't know what the word is, but this thing on the page, I'm sorry, I can't think of the proper wording. If it was just a bit larger anyways, like to fill out the page more, I think, I think like the images are fine as they are, but if you guys were to sort of make the form bigger, a little bit bigger anyways, I think it would be fine.
Mm-hmm. Do you mean if sorry, could you elaborate a little bit? Making the form bigger? What do you mean?
Like back here, right? Sorry, like where it doesn't really fill the page. Like I do think these boxes could be a bit bigger because there's quite a lot of space still. I'm not sure what the word is for it though. Like in terms of when you're building a site, like I know there's a name for this kind of thing. I just can't remember.
Yeah.
Like element, I think.
I'm fully following you. So it's like making use of the space, I would guess. Like, and are you saying the same with the pictures? That,
yeah, I mean, this page is a lot more filled out than the other ones because there's pictures, but I still see there's some white space down here. So I think that like this text could still be a bit bigger, like there would still be space.
Right, yes.
Okay, so after these, we hope you got a better understanding of how we are working and the activities that we're doing, and to understand where we are. I think Olga, this is still you, right?
Oh yes, sorry, I sort of muted myself. So yeah, so we've got a great opportunity to test the different typeforms with 4 assisted technology users, and also, as you've seen a little bit from here today, talk to 8 assisted technology users one-on-one.
And yeah, and now moving forward, so we're doing a lot of other initiatives inside Typeform, but 2 of the most important ones for us now are, first, the accessibility report. So every 3 months we are launching, we are gathering all these interviews and also the tests that we are doing, and gathering all the data and trying to share with the whole company to better understand the learnings, the issues, our biggest issues that we've seen repeated, and also make sure that we are tracking our improvements. So every 3 months, we just send a presentation, getting the data that we received from Fable, that is our partner, into how it's working on desktop, mobile, and what are the issues with our question blocks that we have a Typeform, so that everyone has a better understanding and we can start working on these. And to start working on these, it is also one of the biggest challenge that we have now, and we're working really hard on, is how to really integrate accessibility into our workflow, so that we make sure that we not only fill these web content guidelines, the requirements, but also make sure to get the user feedback and improve our product. And with these, just the final takeaways, going back from the beginning of the presentation. It is understanding that disability, it is not just a health problem, as Olga showed in the beginning, the persona spectrum as well, how you can go from having a temporary or situational, but also, and when you solve for one, you extend for many others. Trying to shift accessibility from just meeting requirements to making it usable by involving the assistive technology users into the development process. Understanding that independency is key for these users. And lastly, that accessibility needs to be moved from just a feature that you add to a foundational element to your research, your design, and your development process. And I think that's all. And we have time for, we're a bit over time, but I think we have time for one question. So let me have a look. I think Rachel is.
Hi, I am here to ask the question. So Amber from Fable, who you can share who Fable is and how we work with them, asked, thanks for sharing your story. What is the biggest accessibility myth that you'd like to help squash now that you're further along in your journey?
Okay, I can start quickly. So actually one of the, I think, biggest learnings, and what we've showed here in the presentation also is really, at least for me, it's been a big eye-opening, is that when we solve for one group of people, we're extending it to many. So I think while going into this project, we're thinking, oh, we need to do a lot of changes to our experience that's going to solve just for one group of people. But now when we've been through this journey, or like the beginning of this journey, we are learning that since we've been focusing on the respondent experience, that we are making that experience much better for everyone, because the usability is increasing when we focus on accessibility as well. So just it's making the product more useful for everyone.
Right.
Yeah, I couldn't have said better, and I really believe that this is the best, and it's one more thing that we need to take into account, and I think these even help us to be more creative in our solution, that in the end make our product even better for, as Olga said, for everyone. So I really think that's it.
Thank you both so much. And for those of you in the audience who are Typeform users, thank you for being patient. Thank you for holding us accountable. Thank you for sharing your feedback. And please keep doing that. It takes internal champions like Olga and Yuri to make sure this work happens. And it takes people like you to hold us accountable and make sure that we keep doing the work, because it needs to happen. So thank you, Olga and Yuri. It is my pleasure to introduce Christina Apple-Gorgulakis. She is a friend of mine and someone who I deeply admire. Fun fact, Christina and I met at an event that had nothing to do with Typeform the night before my final interview with Typeform. And I found out that she had been a Typeform employee, an OG Typeformer. So just wonderful coincidences. And I'm so honored to welcome her to the stage. She is going to kick ass with a talk that I am riled up about, which is the idea that women and men are told that they can have it all, and maybe that's destructive. So Christina, I will let you take it away. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for the warm welcome, and hello, everyone. As Rachel said, I'm a former Typeformer, so I'm very nostalgic to be speaking with you all today at a Typeform conference. My story at Typeform began over 6 years ago when I joined as employee number 30, and I stayed for 4 years through their hypergrowth journey of 20x revenue and 7x headcount in 3 years. And I was one of the 2 Barcelona Typeformers sent to San Francisco to open our US office. And San Francisco is where I am today, where I'm calling from. And while I'm no longer a Typeformer, I will always be one at heart. Now I work for another inspiring company called 776. It's a venture fund that was founded by entrepreneur and investor Alexis Ohanian. And I'm very proud of the work that we do, which is intentionally trying to change the landscape of venture and tech through inclusion and putting our money where our mouth is. And so that makes me very proud. But today, as Rachel discussed, I'm here to talk to you about this fallacy of you can have it all, and how that was personally destructive to me several times in my personal and professional journeys. And hopefully through this talk, you'll learn some of my mistakes and how to avoid them, and find a place of more balance and sustainability in our lives and in our decision making. So to start, we'll talk about how we are all jugglers, juggling many things. Like many high achievers, I really prided myself on being a masterful, skilled juggler. I spent my whole life doing it, juggling everything at once, because after all, you can have it all. So the mottos that ran through my head is, why wait or pace myself when the time is now? I lose sleep, no problem. I can sleep when I'm dead. Or so what if I happen to eat a whole box of Oreos to manage with the stress of what I'm putting on my plate? I can work it off later. Or I'll go to the gym after I just finish this last email that's in my inbox that I just want to get out before I forget. Well, I was always making room for one more ball to juggle. And then it was only when I decided to leave a toxic work environment while I was 3 months pregnant that I took the time, or better yet, I was forced to take the time to really pause and reflect on my journey. How did I end up here? So, as any good tech leader, I thought, let me do a retrospective. So, I first plotted my professional journey. This is the journey that I focused on when I was investing in my resume. As you can see, there's highs, lows, not so many plateaus, but many highs and lows. So then I thought, all right, this is investing in my resume, my professional journey. Let me look at what it looks like when I'm investing in myself, my personal journey. Again, highs, lows, plateaus, ups and downs, a little bit of everything. Now, we like to think of ourselves sometimes as the professional side and the personal side, but we're actually one person. So I thought, let me overlay these journeys together. And this is what it looked like. And what I noticed was when I was optimizing for my resume or my professional journey, and I was going full force at that, my personal journey was suffering. These little guys can symbolize maybe burnout moments where you're not feeling so great. And then when I was optimizing for my personal journey and really going at that full force and having that top of mind, my professional journey was not looking so great. My resume wasn't looking so great. And by all external expectations, you might say my career suffered. So now it's time for a little bit of real talk, which is what I like most, especially after having these fallacies in life that have only set us up for destruction or failure. And so what I realized in this exercise was that I was actually constantly dropping balls. While I thought that I wasn't, I was dropping all sorts of balls, and I was doing it without intention and without even realizing it. And I most certainly, in these instances, as you can see, did not have it all. To the contrary. Then the second thing that I realized is I was juggling all of these things. And to me, all of these things, all these projects, tasks, expectations, all the things that we were juggling and that I was juggling, I thought were made of the same material and all had the same weight. And the biggest realization for me was actually, it's not the fact that all of these things are the same, they're actually quite different. What I am juggling is quite different and made up of very different materials. So some are leather, some are bean bags, some are bouncy balls, but some are made out of crystal or glass. And if I drop those, the impact is very different than a ball that's made to bounce. And I always thought that my career was this very delicate ball that I had to hold very carefully and cautiously, because if I dropped it, it wouldn't bounce back. And luckily, I realized that my career is not actually a ball that's made out of glass or crystal. It's made out of leather and rubber. And actually, it's very capable of bouncing and bumping and moving and going all sorts of places. What maybe is not so durable or made to be dropped is my son's childhood. That's something that if I drop one time, maybe I get lucky and it, doesn't break right away, like when you drop one of those Christmas balls. Maybe it rolls around, but surely if I keep dropping it, it will break, and in a way that super glue might not be able to fix. So it's not that you're juggling, it's what you're juggling. Now, I am absolutely not here to tell you what is most important to you or what the balls that you are juggling are made out of. That decision, luckily, is up to you. It's hard enough for me to make that decision for myself. What I hope that you get from this is that they're different materials and they're different things. So now I'm going to share with you my process for more sustainable decision making. So this is the behind the curtains of what I go through while I'm trying to make these decisions. The first thing is to pause, breathe, and aim. The second one is keep your eyes wide open and prioritize. The third is plan for what you can and let go of the rest. Label and then deliberately drop balls, and don't drop them and pick them back up. Drop them like they're little balls of fire and they'll burn your hands. The magic is in the micro, and rinse and repeat. So now I'm going to go through each one of these and share my personal examples of what it's like for me to go through this. So starting with the first one, pause the juggling, breathe, and take aim. I believe that a lot of the things that we manage fall into one of these 4 categories. So I set goals for myself, one for each of these categories on what's most important to me. All right, the first one under health is reach my own personal nirvana, mind, body, and soul. And I put that one first overall because that's very important for me to carry out the rest. The second one is under love, and it's be a present partner, mother, and friend. The third, under career, is provide for my family while helping people and organizations grow. And lastly, under play, make everyday life as playful as possible. So those are my goals. Now, the second step is keep your eyes wide open on your goal process and prioritize them accordingly. Now, when I say prioritize them, I mean prioritize your goals in the next 3 months. Keeping in mind what is coming up in those next 3 months, what's most important for you to prioritize in the next 3 months, and make sure you're shuffling through those goals and you're not always having the top one at the top, but you're mixing it up a little bit because sustainability is about kind of having that mix. So for me, in the next 3 months, as the mother of a very young child who's less than a year old, who needs a lot of love, support, and food from me, amongst other things, this one comes first. Right now, be a present mother, partner, and friend. Then I have provide for my family by helping people and organizations grow because I'm still new at my role here at 776. Then reach my own personal nirvana, mind, body, and soul, and then make life as playful as possible. So plan for what you can. What do I mean by this? Exactly what I said about those 3 months, thinking about these next 3 months of life and what do you have coming up? Where are you going to be stretched thin? Where do you need extra support? Allocate your resources accordingly to best support the parts or the areas that you know are going to need a little bit more help. So when I say allocate your resources, I mean 4 things. Allocate your time, your money, your mental energy, which is important, and your support systems. So what this looked like for me is when I decided to go back to work full time, as I mentioned, my son was under a year old and I was really nervous about that transition for him. So my partner and I decided to scatter his parental leave so that when I went back to work, he could be the full-time go-to parent for the first month that I went back to work. That meant that I was at peace and had peace of mind. My energy, my mental energy was taken care of, knowing that he was going to be the one that our son went to first. All right. Label and then deliberately drop the balls. This is very important because, as we mentioned, not all balls are the same. So make sure you're calling out what they are. Name them. There's no right, there's no wrong, it doesn't matter. But just be aware of what you're juggling and then drop them like it's hot. So here are some examples of balls that we juggle. Are balls that I juggle. So we've got career, we've got physical health, we have working weekends or cooking during the week, whatever it looks like for you. And then decide what you're going to drop. And as I mentioned, don't like casually have them in the mix still. Drop them like they are on fire, balls of hot molten lava that will burn your hand if you pick them up again. You can revisit them again in 3 months, but for this 3 months where you made this decision, let them go. All right, the magic is in the micro, the itty bitty, teeny tiny decisions that we make every single day that end up impacting what our long-term goals are and actually build our habits. So what does this look like? On a typical day, I have to make this decision every day at 5 p.m. or 5:30 when I end work. Am I going to answer that last email that I did not get to? Because people who get to their emails every day, you are my heroes. I am not one of those people. So am I going to get to that last email that's in my inbox and get it down to inbox 0? Or am I going to say that am I going to keep my intention with my son of reading him his story time, which only lasts a certain amount of time? And that's a decision that every single day I make when the clock strikes 5 and I have to make that decision. Do I take those 15 minutes to answer that email, or do I dedicate those 15 minutes to story time like I had intended? Most days, luckily, story time wins because that's a habit that I'm trying to build, and I'm aware of the decisions and the trade-offs that make. However, life happens. And when I was preparing for this talk, that shifted. And those extra 15 minutes I actually spent preparing this talk for all of you today that hopefully you're enjoying. But that's how it shifted. And so those extra 15 minutes instead of story time for the week leading up to this conference were dedicated to this Typeform talk. Now, rinse and repeat. So I talked about these goals being set for 3 months, prioritizing them. So what that looks like for me is I revisit my prioritization of my goals. My goals stay the same, but the prioritization of them every 3 months. I do it on the 21st of the month. There's not a whole lot of rhyme or reason for that. It's more because the 21st is the day of the month that I was born, and it doesn't fall on OKR planning at work or fiscal planning. It kind of sits in the middle, and it's a date that I can remember. The 21st, I can go ahead and think about how am I going to reprioritize, plan my allocation of resources, and figure out these next 3 months. All right, so what now? Why is this an important conversation to be having at this meaningful conference for all of you? Well, we've all endured this pandemic together. We've done it different ways and juggling different things. A lot of things that we didn't have choices or options about that we had to take on for survival. It's a very different thing. And now that we all hopefully move into this post-COVID world, before continuing to juggle all those things that we've been juggling out of necessity, I hope that you're able to take a moment to stop, breathe, aim, and intentionally decide what you're going to take on. You have this chance now to be thoughtful, intentional, mindful of what you want to do, what you're going to juggle, what you're going to drop. And hopefully it sets you up for success so that whatever you decide to drop, it's done intentionally. It's done with awareness. It's not done as a result of taking on too much and thinking and believing this fallacy that you can have it all. So, what will you juggle as you move forward into this post-COVID world? And most importantly, what you juggle is up to you. What is important to you is up to you. How you do it is also completely up to you. But however you decide to juggle, please make sure that you do it your way and you do it with flair, because life's too short to be boring. Thank you all so much for your time. Please, as you embark on your journeys of figuring out how you're going to be making more sustainable decision making, share with me what it is that you come up with, what works for you, what frameworks, what you do to find more sustainability in your lives. And you can reach me through Twitter. Thank you so much. Gracias, merci, efkaristo, all the ways possible. And now we will go to some Q&A where you can ask me all about it.
Thank you so much. Those visuals. I have never really thought about all of the different materials and the inequality of juggling. Also, I definitely want to be that gyrating juggler, really put in the moves while I juggle.
Agreed.
So, first question, how do you deal with feeling guilty about the decisions that you make?
Oh, man. Guilt is like very present in all of our lives, for sure. Parent guilt is like another level I've experienced, at least. I make one of those balls guilt and I visualize it and then I drop it and I let go of it because it's not going to bring me any closer to anything. So I think it's really important to realize there is no right or wrong answer. For me, the other thing that brings me solace and help is I know what my high level goals are. I know at the end of my life, how am I going to measure my success or happiness on this earth? And it goes back to those 4 goals that I mentioned. And so I make my decisions based on those 4 goals. And that really helps me rid myself of the guilt because I know it's towards something important to me. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I have a follow-up, which is, how do you talk to young women who are just starting out in their careers about this journey? Because I do feel like it's a little bit different when you've achieved some level of credibility and maybe personal or professional success. But if you were having this conversation with women in their, let's say, between 18 and 22, how might your answers differ?
My answers would not differ, which is, I think, I've made many mistakes, especially in those 18 to 22 years. Many mistakes. And I think what led me to those mistakes were the false expectations of having it all. And now, like, just to clarify and to be very clear, you can have any goal that you set your mind to, 100%. Make those lists of goals and make them happen for yourself. Just be aware that you can't go hard and full force for all of those goals at the same time. Pace yourself. That's why I like to think in quarters and 3 months at a time. Pace what you're going to be really charging at for those 3 months. Make sure that if you're going after your career really hard and you know that you're going to be working late, which is totally fine. There's no guilt or shame in what you choose to do, but do it intentionally and know, okay, so for the next 3 months, I'm going to go really hard at my career. And then the following 3 months, I'm going to make sure that I really give myself some love and care and sleep or whatever it is that you need to be nourished. So that's how I would think about it.
Thanks so much. So another question from the audience is around that amazing overlay graph you showed where, you know, basically when the personal highs have manifested as professional lows and vice versa. One of our attendees is curious, what was that criteria that you thought about when you were graphing the personal journey? Great question. So for me, when it was the professional journey, it was, what does my professional journey look like with the lens of investing in my resume, which is something that I thought about quite a lot in my professional journey. What story is my resume gonna tell? So the highs and lows are kind of highlighting those points or pivotal moments. So sometimes for my professional career, I started my first company when I was 22. Then it was being a founder of an eSaaS learning platform. That failed. That was a high and low. Then joining Typeform, then moving abroad. So each one represented these like very pivotal moments in my professional journey. And then my personal journey was when I decided that I was going to be investing in myself, not my resume. And those are, again, highs and lows. So it starts out with a big breakup I had when I was 24, 25, which led me to make my personal chicken shit list. I hope that word is okay. But my personal chicken shit list of, good, of what are the things that if I wasn't scared, I would do. And so I started doing that. And that's what I prioritized for 6 months, was making sure all of these things happen, which was moving to Europe, backpacking by myself, learning the high trapeze. So that's kind of what it represents. I love it. You've done so much. Also, just have to say, I will read Ari a bedtime story over Zoom. I hope you didn't sacrifice too much time working on this presentation. So last and final question. What tips do you have to keeping everyday life a bit more playful? Okay. I think it's different for everyone. So whatever you find funny or playful, lean into it. Something I did at Typeform that the beach house will remember quite well, and might be embarrassing, but hey, I'm going to lean into this. What I did at Typeform, we had many stressful days in the beach house. And so what I found personally really funny and would help me release steam and play was I bought a fart machine, and we would hide the fart machine in the beach house at Typeform. And as people walked by, we would press the button, and a lot of us would laugh. Some people might get annoyed, but a lot of us would laugh. And each day when people were having a particularly hard day, they got to hold the remote of the fart machine. And that was us making life playful. We also had dance competitions. I mean, really, whatever floats your boat. I love it. I anthropomorphize my dog. So that's how I keep life playful. Christina, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. I hope you head over to the chat because you have a lot of praise and a lot of other people wanting to chat with you. So thank you for being here today. And I hope the rest of your day is playful and finding your own personal nirvana. Thank you all so much for having me, Rachel. Thank you so much. And look forward to carrying on the conversation with all of you. Bye. I cannot believe we are at our last panel of the day. Where did this day go? I hope all of you have enjoyed, and I am so excited to introduce our final group of speakers. I would love to bring Carolina Macia on stage. She is a Typeformer, and she's also the founder of Art Garage, which one of the things I love what you talk about, Caro, is how do we think about art more like music? And art can feel something that is hard to access and maybe not super inclusive and only for a certain type of people. And you bring so much inclusivity and accessibility and depth to the art world. And so I'm thrilled for you to be bringing other artists on stage today. And I will let you introduce the panel and these wonderful artists joining from all over the world.
Thank you, Rachel. I'm super happy to be here. So hi, everyone, and thank you for joining. I'll do my best to make this last panel as fun, easygoing, and entertaining as possible. I have my favorite drink. I went for water with ice today. Hope you have yours. And today we're going to talk about the human side of art. And I just call it the human side of art because we are just going to talk with creators who create art. And then we're also going to talk about the art that they love. And we're just going to see and combine what it is from the creator's point of view and what art means from the creator's point of view, and then what it looks like from the viewer's point of view. So with that said, I'm going to tell you a little bit first about what it is, Art Garage. So I'm a Typeformer, like Rachel said, but then I also have this other side of me who's just in love with art. And I've struggled a lot with just trying to find people who are into art as much as I am. And I realized that it's because it is seen as this really weird and unique and exclusive thing that it's almost like a secret, right? So today, hopefully, we're all going to join in this conversation and talk a little bit about it. So this passion that I have for art led me to create a side project called Art Garage from Barcelona, which is where I'm based. And what are we? So we are a platform on a mission to make art as popular as music. And we do that through three things. Through events, where the idea is that we make art exhibitions something fun and cool and meaningful and memorable. We do it through art objects. So basically, we want to take daily objects and get them intervened by artists. In this case, this is a notebook that will be released this week by Sophie Te, who is going to join us today. And we also do this via advisories, basically helping art lovers find the right piece of art or the piece of art that they love. Now, we're going to meet the artists, and then they're going to start popping in as I talk about them. So the first artist that I'm going to introduce is Mary Onidare. So Mary is based in Lagos, Nigeria, and her preferred medium is oil painting. So her works are influenced by female figures in her life and experiences that adolescents go through. And she likes combining that theme with popular issues in her social cultural environment. Hi, Mary.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm
nice
good.
to see you.
Same here. How you doing?
The next artist is, Rodrigo Veloso. So Rodrigo is based in Lisbon, Portugal, and his main medium is drawing and painting. And he has a special interest in all these different cultures and ways of thinking and living, and this impacts his work tremendously. He's a traveler, and his artworks are inspired in landscapes and people from very different places all around the world. Hi, Rodrigo. Oh. How are you? Oh, I cannot hear you. No, I cannot hear you. You're muted, I think. And the...
Hear me now?
Yes, now I hear you. Hi, how are you?
Okay, hi.
Great. And then the third artist who will be joining today is Sophie Te. So Sophie is a painter based in Barcelona, and she's interested in depicting familiar forms and shapes in very unusual ways. So in her work, you can see recognizable objects and patterns that are manipulated to explore where you come from and the culture you're from and your personal memories, all of that influence how you perceive and react to this visual stimuli that she's creating. So her works have references from her earlier career in architecture and her Southeast Asian Chinese background. Hi, Sophie.
Hi, everyone.
How are you?
Really good to be here.
Thank you for joining, all of you. So after this very formal introduction, I would like to ask a question to the artist, so hopefully you can get to know them from a more human point of view. And the question is, what is the most interesting place you've ever been? So maybe let's start with Rodrigo.
Okay. I guess I've been to many places that I find quite interesting, but I think one of the most interesting experience that I had was in Machu Picchu in Peru. For me, it was quite a special place. You could really, when I was there, I could really feel the like a good energy, and also it's quite impressive place. How those people so many years ago could have such a technology, and they were really smart and connected to nature, and you can feel the presence of the nature all around us. You feel quite small, so for me it was really interesting to go there.
Very cool. It's in my wish list for when the pandemic is over. How about you, Mary? What is the most interesting place you've ever been?
Oh, well, the most interesting place I've ever been. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we hear you perfectly.
Okay. Well, at a show, an art exhibition, a show in Lagos. Most of the time, I love to attend exhibitions. There's one currently showing at my dream gallery in Lagos. So
nice. Yeah, I mean, I think that to me, going to an art exhibition is also like traveling somewhere else, and it's usually how I feel after I go somewhere. And how about you, Sophie? What is the most interesting place you've ever been?
I would say Lake Baikal in Siberia. It's really, really remote, and you really feel that the culture is very different from anywhere else that I've been. So yeah, it's quite out there.
Nice, thank you. Nico, I wonder if maybe, so Nico is the person in backstage, if you can put the presentation again to continue. Yes, thank you. Awesome. So today we're going to debunk 3 myths around talking about art. The first one is that you need to be an expert to talk about art. The second one is that you are worried that you're going to say the wrong thing or sound stupid. And the third one is that artists are very different from the rest of us. All of that is false. And I have a few examples. So you need to be an expert. Well, Jerry Saltz, who's a Pulitzer Prize winner in art criticism, didn't go to art school. He actually didn't start writing about art until he was in his 40s. You might say the wrong thing. The viewer's opinion is a key part of art. So there's the artist who creates it, and then the spectator who sees the art. So all opinions are valid. And then that artists are very different. So we're all human, we're all the same. They just decided to live a more creative life, which, by the way, is super romanticized, but it's filled with just a lot of hard work, a lot of getting to know yourself, and a lot of failing. So to make sure that we're all on the same page, we're going to share 5 tips on how to talk about art. Are you ready? Okay, so the first one. Of course, I put artworks by the artists that we're presenting today. The first one, be present. Be here, okay? Take your time and really look at the art. It only takes 5 seconds. You'll be surprised how long that is before you say anything. So make sure that you form your opinion by spending enough time looking at the art. And if you want a superb experience, turn off notifications. Second tip, find the best words. So these words, like, they're cool, great, interesting, nice. I mean, they're valid, but try not to use them all the time. Third tip, look for the aspects of wonder. Now, start with the good things that you see in an artwork, the things that you really like, the things that impress you, the things that shocked you. And that's what life is about in the end, and it will make the experience way better. Tip number 4, find your point of entry. So you might see something, and you might not be sure what it is, but there is something familiar in it, always. Look for that something and try to explain what it seems like to you. And remember that there are no wrong answers. And tip number 5, be nice. So pretend that the person who created the artwork is in the same room as you are. Even better, pretend that whatever it is that you're saying it to that person's face. Okay, So now, as you can see, and you notice, and Rachel noticed as well, all artists have an art piece with them, an art piece that they created. And we're first going to they're going to quickly talk us about one of those pieces. And then we're going to talk about art that they like and an art that they will be presenting. So let's start with Sophie. So I would like Sophie to start by describing with 3 words the artwork that she has in the background, one of the 2. I see that she has 2. And yeah, like what are the 3 words that how you can describe your artwork?
So I'd say is, I guess you have noticed it's quite colorful. I would like to think myself as an artist, my work is unpredictable and also slightly humorous as well.
Cool, love it. And what is the technique that you use? Like, what is the thought process behind the art piece?
So basically, I'm an abstract painter, so I don't normally paint like figures or humans or objects. So everything is quite from my imagination. And the technique I use in this series of paintings is using an ink blot. So basically, getting a piece of canvas, pouring acrylic paint in the middle and swishing it, so folding the painting, and coming up with an ink blot, just like how the psychologist would normally ask you about what do you see in this ink blot. So using that to generate abstract motifs that have something to do with my memories of childhood.
Okay, awesome. I would like to also invite people to find 3 words and how they would describe Sophie's work while we have the conversation, because I would really love everybody to join the conversation as well. And Sophie, tell us a little bit, because you said now that they're based in your childhood memories. So could you tell us a little bit about this why, the big why that we always want to know, like why you created this and why you're going back to those childhood memories and what's coming from it?
I think maybe it's because it's coming to a point of my life whereby, I feel a bit nostalgic about my background. For many years, I've tried not to think about it too much because I felt like I moved from Malaysia to London about maybe 15 years ago. And last 15 years, I've tried to fit in with my surroundings a lot. So I've forgotten a lot about, my culture and then living out my culture. But suddenly at this point, the last 2 or 3 years, maybe the pandemic brought it about. And also there's also the Stop Asian Hate movement that's going on. So it made me think a lot about my Chinese background from Southeast Asia, etc. And that probably worked in my subconscious and made me think about my childhood and my influences. I first saw art not in museums or galleries. I first saw art as in formal art in religious buildings like temples. So this is all coming back to me again, and I'm trying to replicate my memories of seeing art the first time. And there were lots of paintings of gods and deities in temples, and they were a bit scary. So as you can see in my art, it's not the most soothing of subject matters. So it's quite provocative in a way.
Very cool. It's so cool that, and I think that everything that you're saying just brings to proof that art is about context, and everything that is created is about what's happening around you as much as what's coming from the artist. So that's super cool. Thank you so much for sharing that. Let's go with Mary now. So Mary, she also has 2 pieces, and I would like you to describe one of the artworks in 3 words.
Okay. So the first word is inspiring, second nostalgic, and the third one complimentary.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And could you tell us a little bit about your technique? Because I think one of the most amazing things about your work is that it has a lot of texture. So, and it almost looks like pixelated, but it's not, of course, because it's handmade. So if you could tell us a little bit about how you do your painting.
Okay, yeah. Well, my paintings, I have 2 ways of painting. The first one is using brush strokes, and the other one is painting with knives. The one with strokes has to do with brushes. I use brushes to apply those colors. Then I want it the way it is. The way I apply them is the way I want it to look. I don't blend in those colors. And then for the knives, I use them direct. In fact, sometimes I use raw colors. I don't get to mix all my colors in. I get to take like 2, 3 colors together. I don't get to mix them. Then I apply it on the canvas, then paint. Like I mix them on
Oh,
on the canvas. So that's why sometimes you don't really get to know what the exact colors I use on a particular piece. So the one that has texture is just basically about knives. I only use thick pigment. I scrape out thick pigment, then I apply. But for the
of
brush
oil,
strokes, it's
right?
always
You
of
use,
oil. Sometimes I
yeah.
use acrylic, but for oil, majority of time I use oil. But the other one, which is showing the guys, I use brush strokes, brush marks. I don't blend in. I don't know
That's
if you
so
can
cool.
see. Yeah, I don't blend in those
Yeah.
colors. So you get to see those colors standing one after the other, laying, and then you can easily describe which color is on one.
That's so cool. I didn't know that you mix it in the canvas, and that gives like a whole other meaning
Yeah,
somehow. Because what I'm seeing there with the blue, like the gradient there is so nice, and
thank
it's
you.
so cool that you actually do it directly on the canvas. That's so cool. And then let's go with a big why. Like why do you do the paintings that you do? Because you mainly paint women from your life, right?
Yeah. Well, I my growing up was fun because I actually grew up amongst ladies. We are all girls in my house. My aunties, my siblings, they're all girls. So growing up with them, most of the time I try to paint what I've done in the past year for my siblings. Most of the times I'm the last born of my family. So they're always treating me like, oh, mommy likes you more than every one of us because I'm the baby of the house. So they're always giving me sometimes this treatment that it doesn't even. So I'm always trying to put all of those things into play. Like, oh, okay. And then growing up also, currently I live amongst ladies. Not like I don't live with guys. Not like I don't have guys. I don't have guys as friends. No, I'm not. But when you're a young lady and you're not married yet, all you have to do is they'll try to like, oh, you should be in line with, oh, don't be too close to a guy. Nigeria culture, anyways. So I live amongst ladies. So I'm always trying to incorporate them into my paintings. And then the other part is, um, they influence me. They influence me. They're like what I can easily get. Like going around begging guys to please come and model for me. No. And I love to paint. I love to organize my paintings. Like get a reference. I'll tell them to pose like this, pose this way before I do things. So I'm always trying to use people around me. So I call them, oh,
Yeah.
please, babe, I need you to do this. Then they pose, then I paint it. It's not like I saw a
Yeah.
picture on the internet, then I copy. No. I organize my
Okay.
model, I arrange them, then I paint.
Yeah, and it's cool because it means that your surroundings are really like what you then put into your artwork. That's amazing. So there's people also like describing your work in 3 different words, and I think it's super cool. So Ghana says fluid, tactile, and realistic. Ana Rica says sensual, mysterious, and personal. Life, dream, elusive. So it's all really like cool ways, and of course very different things than what you said, which is very cool. Now let's go to Rodrigo. So Rodrigo has a painting there from his latest series that is based on his trip to Egypt. So tell us a little bit about the piece. How would you describe it in 3 words?
In 3 words, I think to be something like movement, journey, and memory. And you want me to talk about a little bit of this series, right? So
very nice.
This was the last trip that I did right before the pandemic starts. So it was in January of 2020. And then we went to a big lockdown, and it was really nice for me because Egypt has the culture is completely different from Portugal. And so in this time that I was at my home, I was getting a lot of memories from this trip because I spent 4 days in a boat trip in the Nile River. So I was with a lot of these memories, all the browns from the desert, the land, and also the greens from the river. And and it was a really nice exercise for me to go not only with the photos that I took along this trip, but also with my memories about this, and how could I take this to the paper and the canvas. So in this series, I started not only with some figurative paintings, but also some more abstract, more with the colors and the textures, working with the ink based with like a resin that I mixed with water that reminded me of the river. And for example, in this case, I prepared the canvas and I did like a base with acrylic to get like the main environment. And in here it's like a sunrise. That's why it's so brown and orange. And then that is a technique that I use a lot. That is, I paint everything first with acrylic to get the mood, and then I paint with the oil pastels to get these more figurative details. It's not really super figurative details, but you can distinguish some like the boats and some human figure.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And I mean, you cannot maybe not see it right now, but also there's an amazing perspective that you created there with the palm trees and how they are almost disappearing in the end. And how I see it, just because I've never been to Egypt, but there's this memory that I have from a former colleague who is from Egypt, and he showed us a sandstorm. And it looks a little bit like that, like almost you cannot see what is like 1,000 miles away because of the sand. So it's very cool that it's very like warm colors. That's so cool. So amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. And please keep adding in the comments what you feel about this work. So Savan says about Rodrigo's work, peace, thought, and memory. And I also think that it's super interesting that in your case, it is about experiences that you lived. But then, of course, when you base yourself on memory, it has a very different connotation on how you create the artwork afterwards, right? When it's not just like how Monet used to do it, right? When it was just like, okay, depicting what he was seeing in the moment, but just like thinking about it and then doing it. That's so cool. So I wonder if Nico could maybe help me put the image as well. Okay. So now we're going to go to talking about art that they love, okay? I have asked all artists to bring one piece of art that they really like for whatever reason, because it impacted them, because it's a reference, because it's the latest one that they saw and they really liked. And we're going to start with a piece of art by artist Tracy Emin. So this piece of art was brought by Sophie. And I would like Sophie to give a short intro on why she chose this painting. This art. As you can see, this is a kind of art called installation. So it means that you can just put something in one place without necessarily having to do painting or drawing or the more traditional ways of art that we know. So Sophie, tell us a little bit about this artwork.
All right, yes, I guess this installation needs a bit of explanation. So, so I first saw this myself at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. It's an installation by Tracy Emin, the artist. She's very famous. Before I saw her work for the first time, this is her first work I actually saw. I knew who she was because she was very famous. You might know who she is, even if you've not seen this work. She's the artist who displayed her bed and the tent, an unmade bed. So people laugh about her work. It's like, is this really art? Because her artwork is a bed, unmade, and dirty. So, so I also didn't know what her art was. I knew her reputation, so I thought maybe, I didn't take her work seriously until I went to the V&A that day, and I didn't know her work was there. Then this was installed in the gardens of the V&A, so they had a courtyard. So it wasn't just one shed; there were 2 or 3 sheds, and one of them was hers. It's this red painted shed. It's a modular shed, so you can buy a shed like this from a big box, like Leroy Merlin or Walmart. She painted it red, and she placed a little table, like the tables you have for children to play Lego with. And on it, she put a seance board, like a Ouija board, with a knife pointing different letters. So, bearing in mind that I had this perception of what she was like as an artist, when I finally saw her work, I felt that I was deeply moved by it. That's why I chose this work.
Oh, wow.
It's one of those things whereby you really have to be there to see it in order to feel it. I couldn't really find the words to describe how I felt. It's been how many years now? 2004 to now, it's about, how many years is that?
Yeah,
17.
a lot. Like 15 years, no?
Is it 17 years?
More. That's why we're in the art.
7 years, I can't really find the words to describe how strongly I felt about how that knife pointing towards me felt like at that moment.
Oh, great. Oh, something that you mentioned as well is that you cannot really go in, but you only see it through the window.
So you can see there are a few windows around, so you can only see from windows, but at one point you walk around, you can see the knife pointing towards you. So it's really hard to describe, and that's why it's really important to see art with your own eyes, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. Rodrigo, you didn't know about this piece, right? What do you think of it?
No, yeah, I think it's quite. You get a little bit confused because you think of children because it's like a small house, like a tiny house, and then it has a knife, so you get like you shouldn't mix children with this, so you start thinking what's the idea behind it. And yeah, I think if I was there, I would get. I think this is quite difficult to like analyze or feel an installation by a photo. So I understand what Sophie was saying, because I mean, being there and you can go around it and feel like the scale of everything. So I mean,
Yeah.
I guess it'd be really different to like experience the artwork there. Yeah, but I guess it's kind of not shocking, but like the knife, when you see the knife, you get like triggered, like something is wrong or scary, but then you have like this cute little house in red, so it's kind of.
Yeah. How about you, Mary? Oh, you're muted. Yeah, to me also the house, because first Sophie sent me the photo of just the interior, and it was already like, to me, it was a bit like creepy, but in a good way. I wanted to know more. And then when she sent me the photo of the house, I was almost confused. I was like, what is going on here, But in a good way, in a way that it just makes you want to know more. What do you think, Mary?
Well, I feel it's just a house. For me, it's just looking too real. Just a photograph with a house. And then, well, the color. I'm just seeing complementary color.
Yeah.
And that's red and green. Red complements green, and then red is the focal point, the house, the building. So for me, I can just see colors, and I can see blue, I can see a lighter shade of blue, and then white. So for me, it's just realism, like a realistic picture.
Interesting. Yeah. Very interesting. Cool. Okay, let's move on to the second one. So the second one is a painting by Wallace Ejo. Did I spell it correctly, Mary?
Yeah, Wallace Ejo.
Ejo. And Mary brought this piece. And actually, this was a professor and mentor of Mary for a long time. So tell us a little bit on why you chose this art piece.
Okay, yeah. I chose this particular piece because of the colors.
Okay.
If you observe, Wallace Ejo was my teacher. He trained me for a while before I decided to go on my own path. So, and I chose this particular piece. He does not include realism in his paintings. Everything looks so expressionist because of the way he paints the face. Unlike me, I use naturalism. Like, I want you to know this is skin tone. Do you understand? Like, paint
Yes.
skin for skin. Although the dress might be colorful, might be expressionist, but I would always love to paint realism, then add a bit of impressionism into my dress, the draperies. So, but for Wale Sejo, he depicts his works, he bring in different colors to just describe a whole thing. And then that particular thing, just a sight, number one, a sight of it gives you this
Yeah.
impression. This work is beautiful.
Yeah.
Aside the message it's passing. So there's this beauty, it's the beauty you behold in the work, aside the colors, aside the way you paint. This is not the usual way of painting, of course, yes, but there's an information this work is passing, like, oh, somebody's preparing to go out, somebody is preparing to, just like this news saying in Nigeria, Ashwebi, somebody's getting ready for Ashwebi, like there's a party, so I'm getting dressed. And then I think he painted a lot of series of this, but this particular piece is speaking a lot of things, like,
So you know that when you said that, I just realized that she's putting this kind of yellow cloth in her hair.
yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
Then she's wearing a dress. Like Ashwebi, that's, we call it Iro and Buba in Nigeria, like Yoruba part. So
Yes,
some call it top and Iro, like wrapper.
that's so cool. What do
Yeah.
you think of this artwork, Sophie? Oh, you're in mute.
I think it's really beautiful, and it's like capturing a moment that was going to pass very quickly because she's getting prepared to dress up, right? So she's in the process of dressing up, and very soon she won't be in this state anymore, and the light just falls on her at this particular moment, and then it vanishes. So you never know if you're ever going to see this again. It's really
Yeah.
beautifully captured.
It's amazing. It's very impressionist in that way, right? So impressionism was this trend like over 100 years ago where it was just about painting the moment, right? So that millisecond that was almost missed. And I just realized it because Mary said it, which is amazing. What do you think of it, Rodrigo?
Yeah, also I think the light is quite impressive because you have this environment that is quite dark and in blue, and then with the yellows, it has like this big contrast of light. I think that's quite nice. Also, not only the light but the contrast of colors, blue, yellow, and also all the pink. I guess it's not like the usual colors that you would use, or it's not really realistic. So it's quite impressive. Yeah, it's quite. I think it's kind of beautiful how do you. It's not really realistic, but the light is in a way so perfect, and with all these colors and in the same painting, I think it's what I like the most.
For sure. Yes. No,
Yeah.
I agree.
I have
Yes.
something to say. Can I say this? Yeah. Then he also tried to play with cool and warm colors.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
in a way, we can feel the cool colors. They are receding. Then the warm colors are the one making those noise.
Yeah.
Trying to like.
Yeah, and I think that's why it's also so well balanced, right? I think that sometimes we don't even realize how much work artists put into thinking about color and how to complement them and how to put them together to make them work and create this impact. That's amazing. Thank you for sharing. And make sure for everybody else to leave any comments of, thoughts that you have about these pieces that we're presenting. The idea is to also involve you in the conversation. Then for the last piece, this one was presented by Rodrigo from artist Paula Rego. It's called The Artist in the Studio, and I would like to ask Rodrigo to just tell us a little bit more about why he chose this painting.
I chose this painting because Paulo Rego is, for me, one of the the best painters, artists ever. She's Portuguese, and I'm quite captivated by her paintings because they are always full of details and stories. She has a lot of influence on storybooks, fairy tales, and she mixes it with her childhood. And the paintings, I mean, I'm quite happy and impressed when I see them, but they are never like really, the characters are never like too happy. Mostly they are sad or really mysterious. You don't really understand what are their role in the scene, in all the scene, because there is always a lot of things going on. But for me, it's like the details that are most impressive, and the scale of this painting. This is almost my height. When you see this live, it's quite impressive, and all the details on the objects and the way she uses the color in this painting. There is almost all the colors, reds, blues, greens, but it's all in harmony. So she has quite a special technique, and also the lights. You have a lot of light and shadows. But for me, it's all the objects and the stories. This painting is full of stories that a lot of people with their own experience and their own life stories would have, and references would have different ideas of what is going on. Why is that character there? Why is that one so small? And I think also, but yeah, the harmony of all these craziness, madness, and then it's in the end, they are all in harmony. So I think that's it.
Amazing, thank you. And any comments from Sophie or Mary around this? Exactly. Sorry, it's just that Andrew just said there's a mouse playing the banjo.
Yeah,
So,
there is a lot going on.
There's a lot going on for sure. So what do you think about it, Sophie?
I think it's a really impressive work. I really like to see her work. You mentioned, Rodrigo, that she will be having a show at the Tate, right, this year? Is that right?
Yeah.
All right.
I think it will be the biggest exhibition from her. Yeah.
Well, I'll have to find a way to go to London then.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's really impressive. Although it looks very modern, in a way, it almost looks even like comics, because of the outlines, like so that there's almost like an outline around the figures. But at the same time, it has elements of a Renaissance painting, how the composition and colors work. And also at the same time, it has a 19th century feel to it, whereby in the 19th century they liked doing paintings of paintings, the paintings within paintings, sculptures within paintings, etc. And if you notice the man at the back in the painting towards the left, he looks like one of Velasco's small people.
Yes.
Because his arm is very short compared to his head. I think it's maybe a nod towards Velasco. So it's got so many elements. It's got paintings and sculptures inside a painting. There's still life in the painting. There's memento mori of a horse's head. And so many things going on. I would really, really like to see her work in real life. I think it would be really, mind-blowing to see it. It's really
The faces that she paints are also super expressive. I mean, maybe here you don't see that many, but in the other works, like, it's crazy. The eyes and the
super
face
mysterious, right?
Yeah. How about you, Mary? What do you think of this painting? What did you like the most about it?
Well, one thing I love about the painting is drapery. I love the fact that the draperies are well painted, are well depicted, and then I can feel some realism, like they were well detailed, and then there's so much going on in the background of the work, aside the main focus. So even though she on her own has a major information she's passing, but even with that, there's so much work around the work is giving us this vibe. Oh, if you want to look away, you want to look back. No, something is. I haven't checked what is behind. Then the colors are they are interwoven. They are working side by side, like blue. Then you can still find blue very close to us, even though we have it in the distance. So there's this the use of principles of design, which talks about the father and object, like when a particular object is closer, is the bigger, and then the father and object, it talks about how small the work will be. But in this case, it's talking about the colors. When the color is closer, you can find it so thick and then so colorful, so enjoyable. But when it's into distant, it's fading off, and then so I think I just love the way the whole thing is arranged, well arranged, and then the use of colors and the debris.
Yeah, it's so cool what you said about the color. I didn't realize it until you say it, that the lettuce that it's in front, it's like super vivid color, and then the things in the back are a bit more grayish, right? That's so cool. Amazing. So we are almost out of time, so that's why I unfortunately have to cut it here, but it has been amazing to me. I felt like I traveled already. And I think that I would like to invite everybody to, who, if you're interested in following this artist's work, these are their Instagram handles. They post a lot about the work in progress and the way of doing it and the mistakes and the non-mistakes. So hopefully you will enjoy following on their journey. And the last thing that I would like everybody to maybe write on the chat, and then we'll ask the artists as well, like, what do you take away from this conversation? Let's start with Mary.
I've been able to learn few things in the course of chatting with you guys. There was a word I think Sophie used earlier, and then it captured me talking about how colors. In fact, earlier before now, I didn't see those colors. Like I didn't see all those comments she said about Mr. Wallace Edgel's work. But when she mentioned it, I had this, oh wow, this is actually true. And then for Rodrigo, about the work he brought, I could see few things to incorporate in my own personal paintings, like how I can. Majority of my works has to do with woman figure majority of time, so I can compose and then get to do more of those things. And then the last one, going through the comment, I saw a few things that was said on the comment session, and then wow, I'm going to incorporate all of those things, if not all, but few of them into my paintings. At least I've been able to learn more and then get to know people like you and then the rest of them. So thank you.
So you get to know a lot. So you got to know about your own work even by being in this conversation. That's amazing. How about you, Sophie? What did you take away from this conversation?
I think we should talk more about art, I guess. Thanks for organizing this. Yeah, it's really good to talk about other people's art as well as our art. I think how we make art and how we talk about other people's art is quite interrelated. It informs the process of making art when you talk about other people's art. So yeah, getting to know the other artists here, Rodrigo and Mary, has been very valuable. Thank you for organizing this.
Thank you for being here. And how about you, Rodrigo? What do you take away from this conversation?
Yeah, I think it's not only that people have different reactions on art, but also like the artists themselves, they have different backgrounds, different even cultures, and then it is reflected in their artworks. I mean, it's just not only the way people perceive it, but also the people that are doing it. It's quite different. So we are all so different from each other in the really small things that make and also the reasons why we do what we do, and also the way we live, the way we look at things. In the end, it gets really different paths. So it's for me that is quite interesting. So the subjects, the themes that everyone, the inspirations, it's quite different. And also not only that, but the way people perceive the same objects, the same art pieces, it's quite different depending on their vision of of like everything. Yeah, it's quite it's nice to see.
And I think that one of the most interesting things is that when you look at art and you have to actually verbalize what you see, you actually learn a lot about you and how you perceive things and how you see the world, even more maybe than about the artist itself. So that's also something that I take from here. And then Ines is saying, looking at art pieces always makes me wonder about the stories, the perspectives behind what you're seeing, making my mind wander, travel, create, and be enlightened. Exactly, Ines. Like I feel the exact same way, and that's the cool thing. And it's right on your Instagram. That's the, I mean, seeing it live is always better, but if you cannot, you can always travel digitally. So thank you, all of you, again for being here. I'm just going to, so if you want to learn more and follow Art Garage and the next things that we will do, you can follow us on Instagram and our website. And yeah, thank you so much to Mary, Rodrigo, and Sophie for being here, for talking about their art. It requires vulnerability to do that, so I really appreciate it. And for letting us know more about art that you love and learning about other artists, which is amazing. So I hope that it has been an inspiring session for all of you, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation.
Oh, you're muted, Rachel.
Thank you all so much. Apologies, I started with a mute and ending with a mute. Carolina, you were born for the stage. I so appreciate the work that you continue to do to make art more accessible and to make people appreciate it. I think this is something that I struggle with on a daily basis. I live in the home of two artists, and yet I struggle to have my own voice about art because I still second guess myself about what I like. Is it worth liking? Is it the right kind of art? So I really appreciate that you're putting that conversation front and center. And it was,
yes.
And it's amazing to meet Rodrigo.
Creating this and for creating this space and for inviting us and for believing that art matters.
It does. And thank you to Rodrigo and Sophie and Mary. I just think culturally too, experiencing art across different geographic places is a really powerful thing, and seeing what we interpret as meaningful art. So thank you. And everyone, go follow these artists, go follow Art Garage. I have a bonus surprise. So everyone, you didn't see this on the schedule. Ta-da! We have a little final teaser, and it's actually a teaser. So Meaningful has many forms at Typeform. We have this event, we have a podcast, we have a long form episode series, we have blog articles. You can follow it all. You can find it all on typeform.com. And one of another amazing initiative that we are piloting starting soon is a short film documentary series. And I feel so lucky to show a bonus trailer of our first episode that's coming out soon. So this is a series that's called Shift. We are creating 5 to 8 short form documentary series about people who are doing meaningful work around the world. And so I am honored to present the trailer to the first episode. This was conceptualized and directed by our motion designer, David Leon Fina. He discovered this story while traveling through the Canary Islands during the pandemic. Helena Santin, I wanted to thank her for editing this trailer, and Martijn Timersa for his creative direction. So here it is, the trailer to Shift, and we don't know when the full episode will launch, so follow on social. We will let you know as soon as it's available, and thank you.
Lanzarote, cada vez que la veo en un documental, me sorprende, ¿no? Porque tienes el negro del volcán, tienes el amarillo del Jable, tienes esas playas que parecen paradisíacas, sino que también pues eso mismo, ¿no? Hemos visto cómo en esta semana han caído unas lluvias y ahora ya se está cubriendo la isla de verde. Mi nombre es David Fernández Carrasco, soy de aquí de la isla, tengo 25 años y bueno, estudié ingeniero agrónomo en Madrid. También hice un máster de viticultura y enología por el tema de que la isla es el sector principal en agricultura, el sector primario. Machinda empezó hace 2 años de la mano de 2 empresarios de la isla y viendo eso, que era posible que la agricultura se volviera a retomar de la misma manera que lo era antes.
Yo desde pequeñito he estado inculcado en esto, en la agricultura, pues vi que era un proyecto ilusionante en temas ecológicos. Digo, pues como yo no había hecho nunca nada ecológico, pues voy a intentar a ver cómo sale eso. Y la verdad que, pues eso, la agricultura es lo que nos une.
We hope you enjoyed. We'll be re-showing this trailer tomorrow. I was just taking some notes because I think what was said at the end of that trailer, finding, creating, and sharing meaning, it applies to today. Thank you for joining us on day 1 of this thought experiment and this adventure that we have taken to try to bring more meaningful conversations to the interwebs and to use our platform for good and to create connection through conversation. Please join us tomorrow if you can. If you can't, don't worry about it. We will be recording everything. We will be sharing everything. I will just give a quick introduction to some of the things that we will be talking about. So we are kicking it off at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Central European Standard Time. For all other time zones, I wish I had an automatic calculator that could just render in your time zone, but hopefully that gives you enough. And we are starting with a conversation on mental health. So once again, ripping the Band-Aids off, getting real, getting raw. And then we'll go into some other topics like career advancement and underrepresented minorities in leadership. We'll be talking about what it means to have a voice and use it, and also maintain those boundaries between your public persona and what is personal to you. We're going to be talking about the pandemic and some of its impacts, like those who are such badasses and we're like, yeah, I'm going to launch a business now. We'll be talking about with parents who, in addition to working remotely, are also parenting remotely. Or not parenting remotely, they're there, but parenting while their kids are in remote school and they're juggling meetings and lunchtime and remote homework and all of those things. And then we'll be talking with 3 leaders at various tech companies about going above and beyond to help your companies. And finally, we are ending with a phenomenal psychologist, motivational speaker, and spoken word poet, Julia Garcia, who's going to be talking about your story and your voice and finding meaning in your message. We also have some workshops. And if you haven't had a chance to tune into our workshops today, they are happening simultaneously with our main stage conversations. You can just hit that workshops button on the left-hand side of the browser. So tomorrow we will be doing one on Video Ask, leveraging the power of you. Our very own Naveet Reed is going to be facilitating that. We're going to be having a fun one. There may be costumes worn. I've heard maybe some other surprises about how do you keep employees engaged when you suddenly go from an office that's the life of the party to everyone being at home and suddenly working from home. We'll be talking about how one amazing individual turned a lifelong passion project into a full-fledged business with Typeform. We'll be hearing from our youngest speaker, Sandy Lynn. She's going to be talking about TikTok and Typeform and a Gen Z approach to hiring. And lastly, our very own Crystal Cook is going to be doing an introduction to Typeform and an AMA. So if you have any burning questions about what it's like to use Typeform, what it's like to work at Typeform, anything, pop onto that workshop. So before we end for the day, I just wanted to thank you for being here. As I said in the beginning this morning, if you caught that, thank you for making the time. Thank you for making the time to listen. Thank you for making the time to participate in the chat and show up. We are so honored to have you. And I love this comment from Ines about art and the stories and the perspectives behind what you were seeing. It makes your mind wonder, travel, create, and be enlightened. And I hope that if we were to think about today as an art installation, that this helped you to, and your mind, to maybe wonder or travel or think about something in a new way and be enlightened. What's also really important is that you share if it did any of those things to you. So you can see this is my Twitter handle. This is also my Instagram handle. You can find me on LinkedIn. I don't think there's too many Rachel Cults, so you should be able to find me, but please, please, please give us your feedback. As we've said before, and we'll say again, meaningful is a term that holds a lot of gravity and we don't throw it around lightly. So it's really important to us that we hold ourselves accountable, that we ask for feedback throughout, that we listen to the voices of others, and that we do not just keep telling ourselves that we need to produce meaningful content if we're not also making sure that it's actually meaningful. So I hope that between tonight and tomorrow, you have a chance to think about this, maybe share your feedback, maybe take some lessons from the talks today and apply it to the conversations that you'll be having afterwards. And I would love to see you all again tomorrow. And thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. And thank you to my amazing team, our amazing team. Typeform doesn't have an events team, so we all did this in our spare time, and it is so great. So thank you. Much love.